Welcome back. Apologies for a few technical difficulties at this early stages of the tie between Royal Kings Park Tennis Club and Peppermint Grove Tennis Club at the wonderful grounds of Royal Kings Park. They're closing on the final stages of this opening match between Darren Stafford, closest to the camera, from Royal Kings Park Tennis Club, and Thomas Hahn from Peppermint Grove. Thomas Hahn won the opening set 6-2. He's leading 5-3. Darren serving to stay in the second set. And on the court to the right of the screen, we're seeing the other court, Men's State League, being played between Ashby Farrell from Peppermint Grove and Darren Slater from Royal Kings Park. Ashby Farrell winning that opening set against Darren Slater, 7-5.
I looked at it.
In round 3 of the WA Men's State League competition. My name is Brett Patton. This broadcast is brought to you by Scotty's Media. Stay tuned in. Plenty of exciting action throughout the day. See the likes of Jake Robinson, Don Bouchard, Tim Gray, all due to come up next. A couple of the finest WA talent on offer. Overcast conditions here at Royal Kings Park on this round 3 of the WA Men's State League competition. A little bit of breeze coming from right of the screen. A little bit cool. Of course, we're expecting heavy rain tomorrow afternoon. And there we have it. Tom Hahn, too good today against Darren Stafford, winning the first set 6-2 and closing the match out 6-3 in that second set, giving Peppermint Grove a 1 rubber to love opening against the highly fancied and certainly high positioned team in Royal Kings Park. Kings Park sitting 3rd on the WA Men's State League ladder. Peppermint Grove sitting 4th. Both come into this tie with 1 win and 1 loss. Peppermint Grove off to a perfect start. If we pan across some of the other results going on today's play, we're seeing Ashby Farrell from Peppermint Grove come up against Darren Slater. Hard-hitting Darren Slater from Royal Kings Park. Darren Slater losing the opening set to Ashby Farrell, 7-5. Want to come down to Royal Kings Park and witness some of the finest WA State League men's players going around, please do. Welcome with open arms. We're in the traditional clubhouse, broadcasting today's play, courtesy of Scotty's Media. My name is Brett Patton, bringing commentary to you on behalf of Court Talk on 91.3 Sport FM. Tune in tomorrow morning for Court Talk, 8 a.m. Darren the Big D and myself will give you a wrap about all the results from the WA Men's and Women's State League competition. Also bring on some of the favourites in Women's State League captain from Royal Kings Park and Astrid Cantha. Give you an update of what's been happening in the world of women's tennis. And Jerome Iconi, who's the captain of the Alexander Park State League men's team. He'll give you a wrap about what's happened in the world of men's tennis. Next match on this court, we're seeing Tim Gray walk on the court from Peppermint Grove. He's coming up against Jake Robinson, who's probably the red-hot player in the men's competition at the moment, winning his opening 2 matches, defeating highly fancy Scott Jones from Cottesloe last Saturday. Jake Robinson comes from great stock. His grandmother, Margaret Robinson, inducted into the Australian Tennis Seniors Hall of Fame. Won many national singles, doubles, mixed titles, as well as world titles. His father, Kurt, has been a highly ranked WA player for the better part of 25, 30 years. Touring professional back in the late 80s, early 90s. Looks very similar to John Bon Jovi. In fact, if you walk past him, you would swear that it is John Bon Jovi. Kurt Robinson and Jake Robinson playing some fantastic tennis. A highly energised, really athletic player. Serves and volleys, strong kid. And Timmy Gray at the far end. He's come on this year, playing State League for Peppermint Grove Tennis Club. Studying at the University of New South Wales. Finds himself in Perth for the best part of the last 9 to 10 months. Had been travelling and playing some UTR tournaments. due to COVID, has been stuck behind closed doors in WA and just honing his craft on the grass and hard out there at Peppermint Grove Tennis Club. My name is Brett Patton. Commentary brought to you by Court Talk. Of course, the feed being brought to you by Scotty's Media. Scotty Walsh, former senior editor of Today Tonight, has turned his hand into some consultancy. And Scotty's been working very hard to bring you live coverage of the WA Men's State League competition for the season 2020-21. Looking forward to this match. Closest to the camera, Jake Robinson. You just heard me give Jake a bit of a rap. Comes from great stock, great pedigree. Robinson's stalwarts in WA tennis. Closest to the court, certainly a lady's favourite. Flowing blonde locks. Tanned. Great move around the court. Spent the last couple of years honing his craft, playing money tournaments, coaching in Germany. And he's a permanent fixture, coaching here at Royal Kings Park alongside his father, Kurt. Far end of the court, Tim Gray. Had a breakout year this year, playing particularly well at the UTR tournaments. UTR tournaments been put on by Tennis Australia throughout all the states across Australia, certainly during the COVID closure. There's been tournaments in Brisbane, Adelaide, WA, Victoria. Timmy Gray's been participating in that. They picked 8 highly ranked UTR players from WA. Tournaments have been dominated by Scotty Jones, who last week Jake Robinson defeated in straight sets. Scotty plays for Cottesloe Tennis Club, back from the US after serving 4 years at college. And Tim Gray's in probably career best form. Big, tall lad. Hits a very big serve, big forehand. Won't see him move to the net all that often. He likes to play his tennis in and around the baseline. And certainly he'll have to be on his game if he's going to defeat Jake Robinson today. He'll certainly move forward whenever he can, take that net position, be very aggressive with the way he plays. Looking forward to bringing you that match live here via Scotty's Media on Facebook and through YouTube. Hopefully we can bring you some other results throughout the Men's and Women's State League as the day unfolds. My name is Brett Patton. Looking forward to bringing you all the results from the Men's and Women's competition tomorrow morning on 91.3 Sport FM. Court Talk radio program has been running 11 years. Darren Patton, the Big D as he's commonly known. He'll be back tomorrow. Been away up north last 2 weeks, so we're looking forward to getting the Big D back in the studio.
Right, so.
Oh my God! Second one.
They've actually got the number one.
Just watching the practice warm-up between Tim Gray and Jake Robinson. Jake Robinson closest to the camera from Royal Kings Park. Tim Gray furthest away from the camera, representing Peppermint Grove Tennis Club. In what's going to be an intriguing match. Two different styles, two different players. Tim Gray coming into his own this season. Jakey Robinson's been an established player for a number of years in the WA Men's State League, representing a number of clubs over the last few years. Kings Park has been the home for Jake over the last 3 years. Jake made a final of the Men's State League playing for Wembley Downs, losing to Cottesloe about 5 years ago. Find himself at Royal Kings Park in the hollowed turf. Used to be the club in WA. It's where the WA Open was held for many years on grass. It was one of the wonderful lead-up tournaments heading into the Australian Open, which used to be played on grass at Kooyong in Victoria. Some of the greats that used to visit and have visited these fair shores and won the WA Open, the likes of Stefan Edberg, Yannick. No, I don't think Yannick ever won the WA Open, but certainly has been participating in this event. I've seen many great Davis Cup ties, many great Federation Cup ties played over the best part of 40 or 50 years here at the WA. It used to be the home of grass court tennis at Royal Kings Park, not anymore. Tennis West used to reside here. Tennis West, the administration for tennis in the state, now sits out at the State Tennis Centre, which is at Burswood, opposite the Optus Stadium. It's been there for some time. Looking forward to this match kicking off. Tim Gray practicing his serve. They've only got 5 minutes to prepare and warm up before they get started. This match certainly I would suggest will favour Jake Robinson, the form player heading into today's tie against Tim Gray. Tim Gray's 1-1, one singles win, one singles loss over the last 2 ties. Jake Robinson heading into today's match, winning his last 2 singles matches, the opening start of the WA State League, defeating a very highly fancied opponent in Scott Jones from Cottesloe only last weekend in straight sets. By all accords, it was a standout match, probably the match of the season so far. My name is Brett Patton. I'll be doing the commentary today. The feed will be taken by Scotty's Media. Get onto Scotty's Media, take it through Scotty's Media on Facebook, Scotty's Media on YouTube. Looking to bring you all the live action from today's play between Peppermint Grove and Kings Park. Bringing you all the live streaming from the WA Men's State League competition throughout the summer of Australian tennis, leading up to the Australian Open. Timmy Gray's giving the thumbs up to Jake Robinson, saying he's ready, raring to go. We do a bit of a score check on the courts opposite. We've got Ashby Farrell from Peppermint Grove coming up against Darren Slater. Ashby Farrell won the opening set, 7-5, and it's on serve early in this second set. A long match out there. The gentlemen have been on court for about 85 minutes. Matches are played best of 3 tie-break sets. The third set in the men's and women's state league competition this year will be a super tiebreaker, first to 10 points. WA State League competition has been around for 120 plus years. First State League competition, or they used to call it A-grade pennants for many years until it took the new title of State League. It was back in 1899 when it first kicked off, and the club that won it, the men's tennis club that won it in the very inaugural year in 1899 was the Wacker. Now we attribute and associate the Wacker with cricket. Back in 1899 there was a tennis club, grass courts. The Wacker took out the very first A-grade pennants to commence the WA State League. Great tradition, longest running A-grade competition and domestic competition throughout Australia. Wonderful players playing it this year. We've got the likes of Matty Ebden, former top 50 player in the world. He's playing for Alexander Park as we commence this match. Tim Gray, Peppermint Grove, serving furthest from the camera against Jake Robinson from Royal Kings Park. Other ties going on around the state today. 7 clubs have entered into the WA State League for the men's and 4 clubs for the women's. All being played at the same time, 1 p.m. every Saturday. Today's match being played at Royal Kings Park. You'll see a lot more of that play by Timmy Gray. Big first serve out there. This return was blocked back, bunted back by Jakey Robson. That's the way he likes to play his game. Very quick around the back of the court, Jake. Likes to move forward. Timmy Gray relies on a big serve and a big forehand, the 1-2 punch. That's the play that we'll probably see throughout today's play against Timmy Gray. Jake, if he knows if he can get that ball back into play off the return of serve, get himself into the point, combat the big serve and forehand, he knows he's probably a better than even chance to win the point. Up 15-30. Gray. Broadcast brought to you by Scotty's Media. Scotty Media YouTube. Scotty Walsh, former senior editor Today Tonight for many years. Brainchild behind bringing to you live the WA Men's State League competition today. Great to get some coverage of the best athletes in the game of tennis throughout WA. My name is Brett Patton. Looking forward to bringing you the coverage. As many matches as we can possibly get to throughout the summer of tennis. Tim Gray, furthest from the camera, from Peppermint Grove serving. Beautifully, just a little backhand deft touch at the feet of the incoming Jake Robinson. Jakey losing his feet. It's a bit of a trait of the Robinsons. His father, Kurt, was very similar. He used to slide around, dive around, very spectacular on court. Jake's taken a lot of those attributes from his father. Very strong tennis playing family. Just want to give a shout out to all those listening in. If you've got any comments, feedback, please get onto the Scotty's Media website, Facebook site, YouTube. Give us a thumbs up. Ask us a question. Good afternoon to Claude. Claude's one of the great promoters of WA tennis at Alexander Park. Does a great job doing all the social media. Now he's tuning in. Alexander Park, Men's State League, got a bye today. Looking forward to bringing you all the men's state league across the summer of tennis. Tim Gray, big first serve down the tee. Great return by Jakey Robinson. Well known for that. Moves forward very, very well. Very strong in front of his body. Plays a forward court game, Jake Robinson. Not reliant on any one aspect of his game. He's pretty well rounded. Big serve, good hands at the net, solid back court game. Tim Gray, as we see there, likes to hit big first serves, bomb the big first serve and really get around and try to dictate the point with the big forehand. Beautiful first serve straight down the tee. Jake just couldn't handle it, tried to bunt it back. Seeing a little bit of excitement around the courts here. All the different divisions are playing, not just State League, Division 1, Division 3. Certainly a lot of passion out on the back courts here at Royal Kings Park. Beautifully timed lob, Jake Robinson. That's what we come to expect. Great hands from the back of the court. Set up nicely, set up nice and early. Get the racket head beneath the ball and whip it around and over his incoming Timmy Gray's head. I mean, Timmy's about 6'4", 6'5" in the old scale. Very tough shot to be able to get that up and over a player of that size. Again with the topspin lob, just played to perfection. With the break, early break by Jake Robinson against Tim Gray. Straight out of the blocks, leading 1 game to love on the back of 2 beautifully timed topspin lobs off the backhand and the forehand wing. Jake not sitting down. Generally change ends first game. There used to be a rule where you played 1 game, sit down, play the next 2 games, change events, sit down. ATP, WTA came in and said you don't need to sit down after the very first game. We're going to make you wait for 3 games before you do sit down at the change events. You can towel down, you can take a drink. You certainly can take you a lot of time getting to the other end of the court. As we see Tim Gray from Peppermint Grove walking towards the camera. A little bit disheartened by dropping his opening serve. He's toweling himself down. Not an overly hot day today, as you can see on the cameras. A lot of breeze coming from right to left across the camera. Overcast day. Seeing a lot of helicopters floating around. A little bit of sightseeing. The wonderful city of Perth. Jake Robinson at the far end of the camera just changes the scoreboard. Of course, they're mandatory to have scoreboards. All lines, all scores need to be changed by the players. We do have a referee officiating on the day, James Williams. To the players to call their own calls, own lines. Beautifully played point. Great. You're seeing it both styles. Tim from the back of the court trying to rely on his big passing shots. And the soft, beautiful, deft touch of Jakey Robinson. Move forward, set the point up nicely. Just didn't cover the down the line and bludgeoned it. What some would say would be a simple volley, but certainly under press. Sure, I guess, moving forward. And the pace of shot by Timmy Gray just forced the error. We'll see a lot more of that as the day unfolds for Jake, moving forward, trying to be aggressive. Wonderful exponent, soft hands again. Great return, Timmy Gray at the feet of the incoming Jakey Robinson, but just managed the half volley so incredibly well. Looks very relaxed, Jake, early stages of this match. Up a break, nice and early, 1 game to love against Timmy Gray from Peppermint Grove.
Well done, Ash.
Big swinging forehand in the bottom of the net on that occasion from Timmy Gray. Just needs to shorten the backswing. Certainly the pace of serve coming through and skidding through on the grass courts. You can't allow too big a backswings. You need to play the ball out in front, almost like a blocking motion. Some of the best exponents of that you'll see is Roger Federer, Novak Djokovic. They don't take big cuts at the return. They just block the ball back into the court, try to start the rally. Just like that. Timmy's saying sorry, but he caught the top of his racket. Jake wasn't real happy with the support that Tim's teammate Ashby Farrell was giving. Ashby said great return, and Jake looked across because he knew it caught the top of Tim's racket. A little bit of niggle out here on court today. Of course, these players know each other incredibly well on and off the court. They've been playing against each other for the best part of 10, 15 years. It's juniors, tournaments, state league. Still a bit of ego at play. No one likes to lose to people they've known and grown up with. Coverage brought to you by Scotty's Media. Scotty Media Facebook page or YouTube. My name is Brett Patton, bringing you the commentary. Good pressure by Timmy Gray, moving forward, just forcing the error from the forehand wing of Jake on that occasion. Try to overplay it. Tim's got a big wingspan, 6'4", 6'5" on the old scale, moving forward. Takes a lot to get past him. We just saw intimidating Jake as he was moving forward, saying, pass me if you can. So on grass, smart play. Swinging serve to the forehand side of Tim. I think Jake's identified the forehand wing, certainly on the return, as probably the weakest side for Timmy. On that occasion, he just overplayed the forehand again, taking too big a cuts. Conditions for tennis today at Royal Kings Park. A little overcast. To forecast rain tomorrow. It's taken a bit of sting out of the last couple of days. The heat we've seen at Perth, high 30s. There is a heat rule in play for WA pennants. We call it the midweek ladies rule. When it gets to 37, you can't play. You've got to step off the court until the barometer, or thermometer, drops below 37. We call it the wet bulb test. Nice kicking second serve, Tim Gray. And notice the styles of play. There's not a lot of serving and volleying from the younger generation coming through. If you can see around the baseline, there's a lot of brown, worn grass on the baseline, but you're not seeing the traditional T shape. If you remember watching Wimbledon back in the 80s and 90s where the serve and volley was king, you'd see the scuff marks between the middle of the court and around the net. You don't see that too often anymore. A lot of tennis is played at the back of the court. I think technology's got a lot to play with that because of the rackets. A great question coming through. The question is there any difference between the quality of the WA State League players over the last couple of seasons compared to the 80s and 90s? Just talking about the art of serving and volleying. I think there certainly was a lot of serving and volleying back in the 80s and 90s. People were taught the art of the serve and volley. Nowadays, there's a trend happening where whoever's the best player in the world, all of the coaches take stock of how the games are being played at the ATP and they try to mirror that with the coaching of their students. And even the great Roger Federer used to serve and volley when he first started on the tour at Wimbledon. You would have seen him serve and volley quite often. He defeated Mark Philippoussis in his very first Wimbledon, to take his very first Wimbledon title, and that was a match dominated by the serve and volley. As you see Roger get older and technology change, new players come onto the tour, staying back and hitting big. His serve and volleying is quite sporadic. You have some great players over the generations playing State League here. If we go back to the 80s, the likes of Rob Casey, Roger Grant, Keith Begley, and Tony Luttrell, and Reg Luttrell, Barry Tognolini, Hito Alvarez, some of the great names, Gary Pemberthy, Phil Safoulis, Phil Holton. I could go on and on and on. Tremendous and great names of WA tennis forged their way in, not just playing tennis, but coaching. And then you saw the next crop of players come through, the likes of Dean Danzy and Neil Prickett and Brad Hamburg and Damien Messer and David Cully and Damien Hampson and Mark Luber and Darren Patton. And then the generation after that was the likes of Paul Kildare, Graham Cox, Graham Woodward, Glenn Woodward, I should say. And, you know, we've had some great players, and Anthony Lewis and Michael Rogers and So the list goes on and on. Right now, the generation to look at as we're seeing Jake Robinson, he's one of the great breeds. Scotty Jones, obviously got Matt Ebden playing the competition this year. Sam Ashton, MVP, has been around for many, many years. Timmy Gray. It's in the likes of Don Bouchard. A lot of players have come back from State League. Scotty Jones come back from university over in the US, you know, under really good programs. A little bit lazy on that forehand volley by Jake Robinson. Beautiful serve out wide. Got the chalk, caught the chalk and got the return that he was after, but overplayed on the forehand volley. And of course, the women's competition has been incredibly strong. And what we're trying to encourage is generations of players still playing. You know, when I came up through the ranks, it was very heavily, you had a nice mix of juniors, current day players and the older generation. You learn your craft, you learn camaraderie. I think that it's probably an aspect of the WA Tennis State League scene that has been seen as being, you know, the premier competition nationally. Our State League gets a lot of players coming across from over east. We saw that last year with Harry Bouchier playing for Alexander Park. But team tennis is a very individual sport. The ability to play, the opportunity to play in teams is very rare. So I think players really enjoy the opportunity to play within a team structure and framework as opposed to just grinding it out by themselves. It's a nice point, nice chip, dink low by Jake Robinson. Tim Gray just couldn't handle the low forehand volley. My name is Brett Patton. This coverage is brought to you by Scotty's Media. Scotty Walsh, former senior editor of Today Tonight, doing his best to bring the production of tennis, men's and women's State League, to the sporting public throughout WA, quite broadly throughout anyone who wants to get on and check out Scotty's Media on Facebook or YouTube. Score update. On the bottom court, Darren Slater for Kings Park, playing against Ashby Farrell. Ashby Farrell from Peppermint Grove won the opening set, 7-5, and on serve in the second set. That match has been going for a little over 100 minutes, so both boys must be feeling a little tired at this stage of the match. Live coverage of the Royal Kings Park, Peppermint Grove, round 3 State League tie. Jake Robinson closest to the camera from Royal Kings Park, coming up against Tim Gray. Jake Robinson leading 2-0 in the opening set.
Slippy.
Beautiful big off forehand. Timmy Gray on that occasion. Tim Gray still down an early service break. That's how he makes his money out here. Big serve, big forehand, 1-2 punch. Jake Robinson will hit more balls back in play than Tim on grass court. This is, in effect, this is Jake's backyard, brought up on grass. Plays very well on grass. Likes to move the ball around, take angles away from his opponent, using different spins, as we're seeing here. The slice backhand hits the backhand well off the two-hander, but also likes to use that slice backhand, particularly on grass, trying to be aggressive.
Rubbish.
Seeing Jake just getting a little bit frustrated with the slippage there at the back of the court. You can see on the camera closest to the camera, the baseline of the court, there has been dug up a little bit. This is the second match for the day in the Men's State League. First match we saw Thomas Hahn defeat Jaron Stafford. 2 straight sets, giving Peppermint Grove a 1 rubber to love lead. In this round 3 clash between Peppermint Grove and Kings Park. On grass court at Wimbledon, a lot of the players use the nipples on the base of the shoes. A lot of clubs here in WA have banned the nipples, believe it or not, suggesting that it rips up the courts. I disagree with that. I don't think the nipples do actually dig up the courts. If you look at the baseline right now, these players aren't using nipples on the soles of their shoes. They're just normal herringbone bases, and they're doing a pretty good job at ripping up the courts themselves.
Yep. Right.
Asked a question earlier in the tie about the quality of the players playing Men's State League back in the 80s and 90s, 2000s, compared to this current crop of players. I think technology's changed the game a lot. A lot of serve and volleying back in the 80s, 90s and 2000, particularly on grass. I think the advent of and the increase in the technology around strings, where you can take really big cuts of the ball and the ball really grips onto the strings and dips down, that's probably limited the amount of players wanting to serve and volley nowadays. I think the last great serve and volley we saw at the height of the men's game was the likes of Pat Rafter back in the late 90s, early 2000s. We've seen the game dominated on the back of the court. The likes of Rafael Nadal, his dominance on clay. We've seen Novak Djokovic, his dominance on all surfaces, really. Roger Federer, even the great Roger Federer, does not serve and volley all that often, just reliant on his wonderful strokes from the back of the court. Some wonderful, talented players on the and in the Men's State League competition this year. I made mention of the few we're watching right now, Tim Gray and Jake Robinson, 2 of the stars of the competition this year. We see a beautiful big forehand by Tim Gray. Matty Ebden, former top 50 player in the world, getting back to some of his best, in really good shape. He's been hibernating in Perth since COVID hit. He's been honing his craft for the best part of 9 months, really just working out some of those little niggles that he might have had. This is the longest break that anyone really on the men's and women's tour has ever had. It's a good opportunity for the players to really right some of the wrongs within their body that they've probably had to put up with for a number of years. So there's a silver lining. I certainly know Matty Ebden's been working hard getting his physical condition right before he heads back onto tour. Hoping that can happen sooner rather than later. What does COVID mean for the Australian Open? Well, in the ATP Cup, we saw the ATP Cup being played throughout the states, Queensland, Sydney and Perth, WA, all had the bubble of the ATP Cup. We saw Rafael Nadal come across and play in Perth for the very first time. Interesting to note that Rafa doesn't have the same pulling power as Roger Federer. When Roger came over here for the Hopman Cup, he'd fill out the stadiums. Rafa really didn't have that same pulling power. In fact, the stats will suggest that he had 50% of the pulling power of Roger Federer, only getting 50% of the fans and the crowds coming through to watch his matches as Roger did when he was here playing the Hopman Cup. I guess that's why Roger's the highest paid tennis player off court of the pros over the last 10 years. I think he makes around about 90 million in off-court sponsorship and about 10 million on court every year, Roger. So $100 million a year, certainly nothing to sneeze at. So you're watching Jake Robinson leading 3-2 for Royal Kings Park against Tim Gray. Jake serving furthest from the camera. Broadcast brought to you by Scotty's Media. Beautiful depth dipping forehand. And you heard me make mention about the strings. Well, the strings have played an important part in changing the way that tennis has been played over the last 15 years. Incredible spin that Rafa Nadal puts on the ball. A lot of the contemporaries coming out of Europe, particularly in Spain, have tried to imitate the way that Rafa plays the game. And he was one of the first players to ever use the Babolat racket when it was really an unknown brand. And Babolat strings, you get a lot of grit on it. They're not a round string. They're almost like a hexagon. If you cut the string and look directly at it, there's sides to the string. So that allows the ball to hold onto the racket longer and grip, create a lot of spin. That's why you don't see too much serve and volleying anymore. A lot of matches, a lot of games played from the back of the court. Jake Robinson from Royal Kings Park serving. Far end of the court against Peppermint Grove's Tim Gray. Jake Robinson up an early break in the first set. You'll hear some cheers there. Court next door to the match you're viewing is being played between Ashby Farrell and Darren Slater. Ashby Farrell from Peppermint Grove leading 1-0 on serve in the second set. Nice crowd starting to build here at Kings Park. Beautiful return by Timmy Gray, dipping low to the incoming Jake Robinson. Come down and view some of the best players in WA State League. Come down to Royal Kings Park, former home of tennis in the state. Thank you for tuning in. Hopefully you're enjoying the coverage, live coverage brought on by Scotty's Media. Had an opportunity to really whip around that ball, Tim Gray. Just couldn't get the spin he was after. Just going for the towel at the back of the court. Just off camera. Great day's play here at Kings Park again, courtesy of Scotty's Media. My name is Brett Patton, part of the commentary team for Court Talk in conjunction with Scotty's Media. Great initiative by Scotty Walsh, promoting the game of tennis in WA and the best players. Nice big serve down the tee into the body, really cramping Timmy Gray up and shaking his head. Not happy with that. You look at the positioning of Tim Gray, who's probably a little bit flat-footed. Needs to give himself a little bit more room on the return of serve. Just off camera. Better shape of return by Tim on that occasion. First serve was long. Nice kick serve by Jake Robinson, really taking Tim out of his comfort zone.
Come on, mate.
Tennis very much like a game of chess. It's not about how hard you hit the ball. It's all about finding the angles and the positions. You might be able to hear on our courtside mics, there's a little bit of going on in some of the other divisions, a little bit of disagreement, a few arguing over points and over line calls. That's what makes tennis so great. It's a man-oh-man competition. There's always a little bit of niggle. No Hawkeye, no linesman, no umpires outside of the roving referee, James Williams, at state league level. So you're reliant on honesty. Make sure you're making the right calls at your end of the court. You might be challenged from time to time. There's been a few challenges out here between Darren Slater and Ashby Farrell in the second court. And some of the other lower divisions, there's a little bit of discussion going on about certain line calls. Big serve, Tim Gray, straight down the tee. That's what he's known for. Big, tall athlete, 6'4", 6'5", in the old scale, relying on that big first serve and the big 1-2 punch with the forehand. Hope you're enjoying today's play. Royal Kings Park come up against Peppermint Grove, being played at Royal Kings Park. Third round of the WA Men's State League competition. Watching Tim Gray closest to the camera from Peppermint Grove. Up against Jake Robinson. Furthest from the camera, Jake's leading by 4-2 with an early break. Perfect conditions for tennis. A little overcast, not too hot. A little bit of breeze blowing across the court from right to left, as you can see it. Oh, lovely touch. Nice appreciation of deft touch by the nice little crowd that's starting to build here at Royal Kings Park. Of course, home of WA tennis for many, many years, until recently, where the tennis administration has been taken out to Burswood State Tennis Centre, opposite the Optus Oval. Many great ties being played. WA Opens have been played here for many years. A great lead up to the Australian Open, of course. We've seen great Davis Cup ties, Federation Cup ties. The likes of Stefan Edberg has played the WA Open. The likes of Yannick Noah has been here to play the WA Open. The great Margaret Court has been here playing. Federation Cup ties, Australia and Russia, Royal Kings Park back in 1998. My name is Brett Patton, part of the Court Talk commentary team, 91.3 Sport FM. Darren, the Big D Pat, myself, bring you all the happenings in the world of tennis. 8 a.m. every Sunday morning. This broadcast is brought to you by Scotty's Media. I'm enjoying the coverage of the WA State League competition, round 3, Kings Park versus Peppermint Grove. Kings Park, number 3 on the men's State League ladder, competing against Peppermint Grove. They're number 4. Standout team in the competition this year, right now, this early stage in the men's, is Cottesloe Tennis Club. Dal Keith coming in closely behind. Bit of a score check. Ashby Farrell from Peppermint Grove playing Darren Slater on the court opposite the one you can see right here. And it's a set all, and they're playing a super tiebreaker, the men's and women's competition. Best of 3 sets, first 2 sets to 6 games with a tiebreaker, and the third set played a super tiebreaker, first to 10 points. Ashby Farrell off to a pretty lightning start against Darren Slater, winning the opening set. Darren fought back in a very long second set. Now they find themselves at the start of the third super tiebreaker. We'll keep you across the score and the result as that plays out. A little bit of disagreement on the court in that super third set tiebreaker between Ashby Farrell and Darren Slater. Ashby just challenging a call early in this third set super tiebreaker. You could probably hear it on our courtside mics, just the frustration with the call. Challenged Darren. Darren stuck to his guns, thought the ball was long, and Ashby, to his credit, they do accept the call, and they've played out another point since then. So, third set super tiebreaker between Darren Slater and Ashby Farrell, Royal Kings Park and Peppermint Grove. Peppermint Grove got off to a good start in the opening match of the day. Tom Hahn defeated Jaron Stafford in straight sets. Third set super tiebreaker right now between Ashby Farrell and Darren Slater. And the court that we've got on camera is Jakey Robinson leading Tim Gray on early break in this first set. Hope you're enjoying this coverage. Brought to you by Scotty's Media, Royal Kings Park Tennis Club. Royal Kings Park, former home of WA tennis for many, many years. One of the great institutions, not just in WA, but across the country. They had one of the great lead-up tournaments heading into the Australian Open, which used to be played in Kooyong for a better part of 30 years, I think, 70s and 80s, until Melbourne Park was built, changed from grass to rebound ice. Hence the WA Open became somewhat of a dinosaur, a white elephant to the touring players. No point playing a lead-up tournament on grass when you've got to play the Grand Slam on hard court. Jake Robinson serving closest to the camera, overplaying that, serving at 4-3 after service break. Brought to you by Scotty's Media, usually running 2 cameras, having a few technical difficulties at this late stage. Glad to be bringing you the centre court match here at Kings Park. Nice lighting, big first serve by Jake Robinson. Well known for that. Has a lot of kick, a lot of pop on that first serve. Really drives through the legs. Strongly built athlete, Jakey Robinson. His father, Kurt Robinson, one of the great WA players back in the 80s and 90s. Touring player, former touring player. Grandmother Margaret was a world champion in the seniors, inductee in the Australian Seniors Hall of Fame. Great pedigree, great line of tennis family. Jake holding serve, moving to 5-3. If you'd like to keep you up to date with all that's happening, not just in the world of tennis here in WA, via Scotty Media and commentary team, made up of Brett and Darren Patton from Court Talk. There's a bit happening around Perth at the moment. Basil Zamplis, his first week into being Lord Mayor, there's a bit of backlash over some statements that he made, and there's a bit of a protest happening at Stirling Gardens as we speak. I think there's about 3,000 or 4,000 people getting down there trying to get rid of Basil as the newly inducted Lord Mayor. So welcome to political life, Basil.
2 steps in.
As we saw Jake Robinson again. I mean, not uncommon to slipping and sliding. It's the way he generally plays his game. They used to call his father the Flash because he was so quick across the ground, and we're seeing that with Jake Robinson as well. He might just be wearing out the heels of his shoes because of how often he slides around the courts and how quick he gets to the ball. Any thoughts, any questions, please give us a shout out through Scotty Media webpage, Facebook webpage, or Scotty's Media YouTube. Happy to answer all your questions. A couple of good questions coming through. Hopefully we've answered some of those regarding the depth and talent of the State League this generation compared to previous generations. Had some great talent come out of the pool of WA, men's and women's. Men's, certainly recent times, the likes of Matty Ebden overtook the great Chris Johnson as the highest ever ranked WA player on the men's game. Got 2 inside the top 50, and Chris Johnson was ranked at 84 back in the early 80s. He held that ranking as the highest ever ranked WA player since the early 80s, through to when Matt Ebden took over that mantle back in about 5 years ago. I don't know if you can hear that off court, but there's a bit going on in one of the divisions. There's a bit of arguing going on between the two of the players from Sorrento and Kings Park. Kalen Murphy, I think, is embroiled in somewhat of controversy against his Kings Park opponent. You can hear that in the off-court cameras, a bit of spraying going on, a little bit of lecturing, a little bit of browbeating of the younger opponent. So hopefully not picking up too much of the foul language. We can't hide the passion these players from all levels come out to the tennis court with. Quick score update. Still waiting for the result on the second court between Darren Slater and Ashby Farrell. Looks like the match is just concluded. We'll get the scores as soon as we can. Meanwhile, back on centre court, Tim Gray serving down 3-5 against Jakey Robinson. Just a score update for you. Darren Slater defeated Ashby Farrell, 10-6 in the super tiebreaker, levelling the score, levelling the tie. First match of the day, Jaron Stafford from Kings Park went down to Tommy Hart from Peppermint Grove in straight sets. And Darren Slater equaling up the ledger, defeating Ashby Farrell in a third set super tiebreaker. That gives Kings Park and Peppermint Grove one match each. Very long match between Darren Slater and Ashby Farrell. 2 hours on court, just finished, completed. Conditions are good. A little bit of overcast, a little bit of a slight breeze, a little cool condition today. There's a wet front coming through for the next couple of days, so no surprises today. It's a little bit overcast and cool. Perfect conditions almost. You don't want to be playing when the weather's too hot. The last couple of days, being high 30s, would have really put some stress and pressure on the players. Coverage brought to you by Scotty's Media. Scotty Walsh, former senior editor of Today Tonight, one of the prominent bachelors around town. If you've got any questions, please get onto the question site on Scotty's Media's Facebook site or YouTube. Ask questions of anything about the women's game. Apologies if you can pick up any of the courtside language. There's a couple of matches quite willing in the lower divisions. Division 1, Sorrento and Kings Park. There's a bit of colourful language being used. Of course, all players are calling their own lines. There's no umpires, no Hawkeye. And generally the rule of thumb, the gentleman's agreement is you call your half of the court, your opponent calls their half of the court, and you agree on the line call. So there might be some times where you don't agree, but at the end of the day, it's your opponent's call. So you've got to accept their decision. So we can hear a helicopter flying over the top here at Royal Kings Park. Score update on this centre court match between Jake Robinson and Tim Gray. Jake Robinson got the first set, 6-3. Certainly the favoured player in today's tie. He's won his opening 2 rubbers this year's State League, defeating the highly fancied Scott Jones from Cottesloe last week in straight sets. And a beautiful athletic low volley by Jake on that occasion. Just exemplifies, great athletic abilities by Jake. Again, he moves very similar to his father, Kurt. He's one of the best ranked players in WA and a former touring player. Coached and played a lot in Europe, based in Germany back in the 80s and 90s. Overplayed, overpushed that half volley. Jake pushed it a little bit long, not by much. Balls on and around the lines, certainly on grass. The balls kick up some of the chalk. So if the ball does land on the line, generally you can tell by the chalk jumping up like it did on that occasion.
That's ridiculous.
Did well to get back into that point, Jake, but overplayed the forehand. Found himself in a winning position. Had the opening, couldn't execute. And the 4 singles match going on to court, just off screen, is Don Bouchard playing against Sam Ashenden. Don Bouchard back from 4 good years, solid years playing college tennis, part of a very strong tennis program, left-hander, plenty of ability. And Sammy Ashton is somewhat of a journeyman in the men's game, been around for many, many years, former winner of the MVP awards at state league level. Very crafty, very cunning, doesn't play with a lot of power, but certainly plays with a lot of flair. A big forehand by Tim Gray. Looks like he's just broken serve in the opening stage of this second set, and has. Seeing James Williams, the match referee, just coming out and giving a quick word to Jake. Nothing untoward. Just talking to him about scores and change of ends. It's very willing out here today. Temps are starting to flare a little bit by some of the players, not just with State League, but certainly courts around. The Division 1 match between Royal Kings Park and Sorrento. A little bit of posturing, a little bit of chest beating, a little bit of arguing. Just want to give a shout out to James Williams and all the match referees that spend their Saturday afternoons adjudicating in men's and women's competition. It's not easy. It's certainly well worth it. They get paid to get out here. It's not a volunteer, so it's by the book. Mind you, the players are certainly making some good money in men's and women's state league, get paid very, very well. Come out of here and represent their clubs. Good source of income throughout these COVID times. A lot of the players are either touring, waiting to get back on the tour, or are coaching, make their money and their livelihood from the game of tennis. Men's and women's state league is one way to supplement their income, but also give them the highest level of tennis while they're waiting to get back on tour. Tim Gray serving far into the court, dropping the opening set, but up an early break in the second set against Jake Robinson from Kings Park. Hope you're enjoying today's coverage. Oh, if you don't mind, a little snake drop. Just touching the top of the net, popping up about half a foot and just dropping on the other side. It's a funny custom, all players, when they hit a let cord and win the point, they put their hand up to say sorry. There's no sorries about it. Everyone wants to win points. If you get it by hitting the top of the tape, fantastic. No point apologising over it. Nice touch. Jake really caught back probably 1.5 meters behind the baseline, and Timmy saw that in his peripheral vision and just dropped the ball over the net. Starting to find a rhythm now, Tim Gray. Struggled in the opening set. And of course, best of 3 tie-break sets, third set being a super tie-breaker, first to 10 points, so becomes a bit of a Russian roulette, a bit of a shootout. You don't want to go to the third set super tie-breaker. You want to win the match in straight sets if you can. The traditionalists would like the best of 3 sets, tie-break sets in tennis. It's evolving a lot, tennis, over the years, trying to find new ways, new angles to get spectators more involved, to get players playing longer. Beautiful cross-court forehand. Jake Robinson, timed immaculately. You could probably hear off the camera Scotty Walsh just groaning with delight. He's seen a lot of tennis over the many years. He's sacrificing his own game to put the production together from Scotty's media. Very solid player, Scotty Walsh. One of the few players that wears the headband. Brings a lot of colour to Alexander Park Tennis Club. Beautifully played forehand with a lot of topspin, really dipping that ball down into the court. And as I made mention, the strings and the rackets make a big difference to the way the game is played. The rackets are a lot lighter than they used to be, anywhere between 300 and 320 grams. If you compare that to the old wooden rackets, the old graphite rackets, the old metal rackets, you know, they were high 300 grams, if not into the 400 grams. And the heads were a lot smaller. Pushing that long. Heads were a lot smaller in the old days, certainly in the 80s and 90s. Nowadays, the head size is roughly around about 100, 105 square inches. 300 grams, probably a little bit more with the strings in there, and the strings make a significant difference. You can take big cuts at the ball stays on the racket face a lot longer, grips with the strings, and you can dip the ball deep with a lot of topspin. And we've seen that with Novak, we've seen it with Rafa. Roger's a bit more of a purist. He was using the old Wilson Pro Staff. I think it was about a 90 to 95 square inch head for many, many years until he was starting to get dominated by the likes of Novak and the likes of Rafa. They were creating too much power from the back of the court, so he decided to work with Wilson and change the size of his rackets, the lightness, the head size. And I think that's probably kept him in the game at the high end for the last 3 or 4 years. Beautiful kick serve. Probably not the height that he was after, but he got enough out there to take Timmy off the comfortable hitting zone, making him reach for it. Broadcast is at Royal Kings Park Tennis Club. The traditional courts just behind the centre courts. Broadcasting out of the clubhouse, club rooms, second floor, in the bowels of Kings Park Tennis Club. A lot of memorabilia up here. I was just going through some old memorabilia and looking at some of the old posters and photos of competitions that were played 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago. Some great memorabilia lying around. Memorabilia of old Davis Cup matches. Tickled my fancy, saw a photo, poster of when Australia played Belgium in the Davis Cup here in 1991. And there was a lead-up tournament leading into that Davis Cup tie. It played the Fremantle Championships, January 1991. And the Belgium Davis Cup team decided they were going to front up and play at this championships. Bart Weist, who was their number one player, who was 63 in the world. Eduardo Nasso, he was about 80. Libor Pimic, he was top 15 doubles player. And Bart Weist was the number one seed and number one Davis Cup player for Belgium. Anyway, I happened to draw Bart Weist in the very first round of the Fremantle tournament. I was 19-year-old, 18, 19, playing against the number 63 ranked player in the world, the number one Davis Cup player for Belgium. Oh, beautifully played half volley by Jake Robertson. Passing shot was well executed by Tim. Anyway, back to the Fremantle story. And I played my match against Bart. He was a big name around Belgium. Star on the rise. Good player in the men's game. 63 in the world. I walk off the court after shaking hands at the net. Rob Casey, the tournament director at the time, comes up to me and says, "What was the score?" And I said, 6-love, 6-2. He said, "Bad luck, you know. Bart's a very good player, number one Davis Cup player, 63 in the world." And I said, no, Rob, I won 6-love, 6-2. And he couldn't believe it. Draw hit the ground. Headlines in the Sunday Times the next day. I thought, this is my sliding doors moment. This is where I need to start monetising. But instead I grew the hair out. Went on a tour of Europe. Just shows you there's a fine line between tennis players, certainly on different surfaces. And I still recount to this day when I shook Bart's hand at the net. And the thing that he said to me was, and I won't use the exact words, he said, "Cows eat this crap." He was referring to the grass. Didn't see too much grass in Belgium. They just brought up on the red clay. In fact, the only time he came to the net that day was to shake my hand. And subsequently, he was dropped as the number one player for the tie against Australia only a week later against being played here at the Royal Kings Park Tennis Club. Plenty more of those stories. Scotty Walsh just off camera enjoying a little bit of self-adulation here from B. Patton. Feel a bit like Donald Trump, just talking about myself in third person. Beautifully played point. All parts of the court covered. Great athletes, Tim Gray and Jake Robinson. Jake hitting the little drop shot there, little faint little drop shot. Timmy ran it down, made a good fist of it. Unfortunately, Jake, for himself, for Kings Park, just couldn't put it away. I want to give a shout out to Brian Collins and Mark De Silva, who are tuning in. A shout out to some of the old great players of yesteryear. You heard me mention Robin Lamb, great player. Christine Dory from the women's game. We've got two wonderful athletes representing WA on the women's tour at the moment, in Astra Sharma and Madison Inglis. Both girls played at the US Open and the French Open. Astra Sharma from Perth. In fact, her brother Ashwin Sharma is playing State League for Alexander Park this season. Under an injury cloud at the moment. We look forward to seeing him back in a few weeks' time. Plenty of talent in the Sharma family. Tim overplaying. Still up a service break in the second set. Tim lost the opening set 6-2 against Jake. A service break here in this second set. As we watch on the other court, Don Bouchard commencing against Sam Ashenden. Oh, Jake's gone down. It looks like he's done a hamstring. He's clutching for the back of the leg as the match referee, James Williams, comes out. Oh, no, he seems to be okay. Oh, no, he's not. He's down on the haunches. He did clutch the back of his leg. Just having a conversation with James. James, the referee, James Williams, was very quick to get out on court. Jake's just said, I just want to walk around for a couple of minutes, see how I'm going. He seems to be okay. Oh, no, he's coming to the court. He's going to call for a injury timeout. Conversation, if you can hear it courtside, he just says, I'm not sure about it. Just stretching it out. This could cause all sorts of problems for the day's play because Jake will also front up to play the number one doubles for Kings Park. It seems to be moving a little bit freer. For those who've had hamstring injuries, they do grab at the worst possible times when you try to stretch. James is deep in discussion with Jake at this stage, as you can see up at the net. Timmy Gray closer to the camera, just tailing himself off. Those players are allowed an injury timeout any time throughout the match. All the signs are pointing to Jake probably trying to continue, but we'll certainly know in the first couple of points that he plays when he resumes whether his leg's going to be all right or not. And he's really stretching this out. For those tuning in, Peppermint Grove coming up against Royal Kings Park. This tie's been played at Royal Kings Park. Peppermint Grove and Kings Park tied at 1 rubber apiece, with Tom Hahn defeating Darren Stafford from Kings Park and Darren Slater from Kings Park defeating Ashby Farrell in 3 very tight sets, as we're watching Jake move back to pick up a ball. Hitting it back down to Tim. We'll certainly see whether he can continue after the next point or two. This will give us an indication of his fitness after grubbing for his hamstring. Seems okay. Not seeming too much discomfort. Just asking the referee to pick up his towel. Not sure that's a great idea in these COVID times. A little bit of sweat. We know that body fluids pass it on. Sneezing, coughing, sweating, spitting. Seems okay. A little bit of a scare, but by all accounts, he looks like he's moving okay. Tim Gray leading 3-1 in this second set after dropping the opening set 6-2. Although Jake's just testing it out. He didn't follow through as he normally would. Didn't land heavily on that back leg. Yep, there's, by the look of it, there is some difficulty there with that leg. Usually serving and volleying, catching the return in the air. He let it drop on this occasion. That indicates to me that he's struggling to move through the court. Although to look at him, seems to be marching up to the line with a bit of authority.
Oh, you've got to make a return.
Might just be a slight little twinge. Hopefully no tear. They do come at a cost, hammies. They play with the mind, particularly when you go to slide and move to those wide balls. We know that Jake's built his game around his all-court movement. And if he's struggling to get to a shot, that'll play some psychological games. Nicely played. Smart play by Tim Gray. It's always hard to play someone who's brings an injury into the match or gets injured throughout the match. Sort of take your foot off the pedal in a lot of ways, thinking that they're going to forfeit at any given time. But I like the way Timmy's just composed himself, using the full court, making Jake move, really testing out that hamstring. Nice touch, Jake Robinson. Just couldn't bring the racket around the outside of the ball, Timmy Gray. Just asking his teammates how far he missed it by. I can tell you it was about 1.5 meters. Don't need to be a linesman to know that that was well wide. Now the wind chill here has just dropped by about 2 or 3 degrees. Royal Kings Park, still a little bit of cloud cover there. Yeah, beautiful 1-2 punch, Jake Robinson. Bit of an injury scare at the end of Tim's serving. A change ends. Tim Gray still up a break in this second set, losing the first set 6-2 to Royal Kings Park's Jake Robinson, but leading by 3-2 in this second set.
They played the first game really early on.
We had my daughter, Tim I had an 8 compilation. So I was still playing for anybody. So this is
Welcome back. Royal Kings Park versus Peppermint Grove Tennis Club at round 3 of the WA Men's State League. You're watching Tim Gray from Peppermint Grove, furthest from the camera. Serving to Jake Robinson from Kings Park. Jake won the opening set 6-2, finds himself behind 3-2 in the second set, down a break. Suffered an injury scare only a matter of 6 or so minutes ago, clutching at his hamstring. You can still see him there feeling for his hamstring. Caught the back edge of the line. You can see the chalk jump up. We spoke about that earlier in the broadcast. Loosely chalked lines on the tennis court on grass court. So if the ball does touch it on the edges, it'll flare up and show a lot of chalk. Waiting for a very special guest to arrive, and he's just arrived. Might be able to hear him off camera, just setting up position here nicely. Richard Sampson, the head coach of Sorrento Tennis Club. He's been well, what hasn't Richie done? He's done it all. He's been an MVP for State League. He's World Championship silver medalist at last year's World Championships being played in Miami. We're going to talk to Richie in just a moment about that experience and about his State League experience over many, many years. One of the fittest players on tour. And one of the fittest players still going around at the ripe old age. How old are we now, Richard?
43.
Yeah, look,
44 in a couple of months.
Now tell us about, you've just come back. Well, last summer you came back playing the World Championships in Miami. You got a silver medal there, represented Australia in the over 35s. Tell us a little bit about that experience. And this is your first ITF Senior World Championship. What did you expect going into it, and what did you find coming out of it?
Great experience all around, really. But I honestly didn't know what to expect, but I knew it was going to be tough. And I was just going over there hoping to get a few wins. So, yeah, to come away with a silver medal was, absolutely.
Now, with that, you also got to as high as, was it number 2 in the world in the doubles ranking?
Yeah, I think 2 or 3.
2 or 3. Well, mate, it's, take your hat off to that. Anything inside the top 100 is pretty good nowadays. Now, you're not playing State League this year. You had been for many years with Sorrento Tennis Club. You were one of the better players playing in State League for many years, as I made mention, won a MVP. Why aren't we playing State League this year, Richie?
We actually tossed up the idea of trying to put a team together again. It came down to we just didn't have the time to set it all up and get the sponsorships secured and that. But it's something where the club is wanting to consider again soon. But it came down to money in the end of the day.
It's a massive investment, as we know. Clubs are looking at anywhere between 10 and 15 grand really to put a team on the court. You've got to pay the players, you've got to pay all the administration fees. So it is a massive investment, and sometimes not all clubs have that capability.
Oh, for sure. And if we're going to get a team together, we want to get a competitive team together as well. And I think the last 2, maybe 3 seasons I was playing, it was hard to get a competitive side together. And it was, for many years we did. We had Brendan Malarkey playing with us, and various other guys. I think one year we had Matt Ebden and Brenton Bacon as well, and made the semis that year. So we had a lot of good years. But in the end, it just became quite hard to field a strong enough side. I was getting a bit older, and then I found myself just being too sore at the end of the day. And then the club were they had a meeting, and I just decided, not sure if it's worth spending the money.
Do you find with State League, there's a lot of clubs that do toss up the value of State League? I mean, as players, we understand the value of State League, but as a club coach now, do you see is there value in State League to support some of those junior, those grassroots kids coming through and wanting to aspire to play? We know not everyone's going to go on and play professional tennis, but we want them to aspire and come through a club as a community and play the highest level they can. Do you think State League has a value in bringing kids through?
I think absolutely, and in fact, that's what we decided to do: is invest in the future. So we ended up with 3 or 4 young blokes. We have a State League and a Divi 1, and we're talking like Dom Beshar, James Mitchell, Jack Little, Jake Fondez. There's a couple of these guys. They ended up all going to American college. So that was it, and so that made it pretty tough for us. So
that will make it tough. Now, your generation, I mean, you've been one of the best players in WA for many, many years, but, gee, you had a great generation of players coming through, weren't you? You had the likes of Jason Roberts and Troy Hargraves and yourself, obviously, Scotty Perry. Who else do we have coming through?
Seklov. I mean, he was obviously, kingpin in our age group.
James Seklov, I mean. Have you seen James around lately?
Well, I haven't, no, actually, not for a while.
I have to say he's probably not at his best fighting weight. Let's be honest. He's probably carrying a little bit too much condition at this stage, and we do say good out of James. He's one of the great talents of tennis in WA, and defeated one of the last Australians ever to beat Roger Federer. Did you know that?
Yeah, I did. Yeah,
he would have told you. That's why.
Look, why wouldn't you? I would tell you.
Now tell us, the ITF circuit. put a lot of time and energy in last year. You went and played a lot of tournaments. You won the Oceania Championships in the doubles with Cameron Fenner, Cam Venables, I should say, not Cam Fenner. And you might have played the Australian champs, might have played the Victorians, the WA champs. What's this year? I mean, post-COVID, obviously it's been a real terrible year this year. Are you still looking to sort of go on and play a lot more of the ITF over 35s tournaments?
Yeah, good question, Patsy. I was going to have a break this year just because I've got 3 kids. And it was a big effort last year, I suppose. So I thought mightn't be too reasonable to do all the travel again. But I had next year sort of earmarked to maybe give it another crack. And I think the World Championships are in Croatia, is that? They are. I believe.
On the regular way, so that'll
yeah. And I think with all these events cancelled, I think a lot of the points they've just carried over.
Yeah.
So I don't think I've lost all my points yet. So anyway, so I don't know. We'll see.
Now, listen,
all right.
Your big mate. To be fair, your big mate Cameron Venables. You know, he's been up and about. He's been very proud of. You know, he finished the year end as the #1 doubles player in the world. But to be fair, you've carried him, haven't you?
Oh no, I won't say that, mate. It was an equal effort. Come on.
It's funny you should say that because off camera you're saying you absolutely carried him for the best part of that year. And a good afternoon to you, Cameron. Well done to you for finishing the year as the over 40s world #1 ranked doubles player. It's certainly.
He's just opened up his new gym. He's got a cracking gym now. So he's it's in Osborne Park, just off the corner of Scar Beach Road and King Edward Street.
Does he charge you, or do you do it all free with him now? Given you carried him for the last 12 months.
I pay.
Oh, that's good to hear. That's fantastic. No, it's been great talking to you, Richie. You're still looking as fit as always, mate. What are we doing? If you're not hitting tennis balls, what are you doing? Running, surfing, skating? What are you doing?
Yeah, just a bit of everything actually at the moment. Nothing structured, but yeah, go for a run and ride and train with Cam. Bit of surfing.
You just doing the squats or the bench press?
Bit of all that.
You'd be lifting heavy. Now, you're a typical tennis player. I mean, you're as brown as a berry, and with that comes a caution because you've just had a squamous cell cut off, haven't you? So there's certainly a lesson out there to be slip, slop, and sun-wise, isn't there?
Absolutely, mate. Yeah.
You could be the sponsor child for
I don't
this.
think it's ever going to happen, and then year after year in the sun. And
Do you wear the sunscreen on the face, though? Because that's where it was.
Yeah, I was just putting cream on. I think like once you get sweaty, you wipe it off, and I think it's probably effective for the first half an hour you're outside, and then so zinc is the is what I go for now, I think.
Now, your lovely bride Ange. I mean, she's been a tennis tragic for many years. You know, making sure that she travelled with you to Miami, by the way, and to our listeners, she went there and you left the 3 kids at home by themselves just with baked beans and cool drink, so they looked after themselves. But she enjoyed that experience too, and she was one of the #1 supporters for your playing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, met some awesome people over there too, other countries. And
still in contact with some of those players? Were they players or just public?
A couple of players. Yeah, I'm in contact with all the Australian team, and especially a lot of them are from Melbourne. So feel for them. They've had a pretty tough year. So they've got the WhatsApp group for Croatia. I think they're hoping they can all.
Everyone's getting on that bandwagon. But I can tell you, Croatia and Umag is a wonderful tournament. They apparently look after the players second to none. It's probably, if you're going to play a World Championships, Umag is the place to do it. They've been holding it for a number of years. And there was a story.
Pro circuit event there, I think, as well.
There's an ATP 250 there, so they know how to do it. And I think the actual Umag, it's right near the beach or right on the beach, so it's a wonderful event to try to aspire to get away to. But again, it comes at a cost. And I know with tennis seniors, when you make an Australian team, they do substitute some of the funding to you. We certainly like to be a lot more, but I know countries like Austria, the US, France, they pay for everything for their teams for the first teams week. And if players want to go on and play the individuals, then it's out of their own pocket. That's something I guess we'd like to do, so we can promote, not only get the best players to play in the over 35s and represent the country, but it doesn't make as big a financial burden.
Yeah, true, absolutely, yeah. And there were some players that only went over there for the teams, and you could tell it was literally a team thing. Yeah, must have been, and yeah, I mean, we chose to make a holiday of it as well. And, yeah, stopped in Fiji for a week on the way home.
If you don't mind, did you bring the surfboards with you?
No. Oh, actually, I did take one. Surf cloud break. It was awesome. Forgot about that.
Yeah, the rackets in the cargo as well as the surfboard. I love the sound of that. Mate, lovely chatting to you. Looking at $1 million. Good luck with your pennants this year too. Playing Div 1. We'd love to see you back in State League. You need that older generation to teach the. Did you beat Dean Cochran?
Got up in the end. Yeah.
What was the score there?
It was 1-6.
1-6. Well done. We can see us slightly on. Okay. You can go into Scotty's meeting. You'll be able to see your game on part of the coverage because it was just on the side there. There's a bit of foul language out there. Is that coming from one of your teammates or the opposition team?
I think there was a bit of a Barney out on the far court, actually.
What was the result of that match? Was that young Caleb Murphy?
Callum Murphy, no, he went down in the super tie break, unfortunately.
You know what?
A close one.
I think he was
rattled at the end of the match.
He was being browbeaten. That's what he was being doing. So, unfortunately, Callum, we know you'll be tuning in. And, mate, tune in tomorrow morning. We'll talk all about you and your efforts again on 91.3 Sport FM, mate. Good chatting to you, Richie. Good stuff, mate. Richard Sampson, Sorrento Tennis Club champion, Australian ITF over 35s champion representative. Played the World Championships this year and silver medal at the World Championships, played in Miami. Very steamy conditions, but great to see Richie playing alongside his good mate Cam Venables. Bit of a score check as we've seen Royal Kings Park playing Peppy Grove, round 3 of the WA Men's State League. Jake Robinson won the opening set against Tim Gray, 6-2, finds himself down 5-2 after a bit of an injury scare halfway through that second set. Went down, clutched at his hamstring, took a little bit of time just to stretch and get himself right. Seems to be moving okay. Oh, looks like it is 1 set all. They're moving into a super tiebreaker. So 1 set all out here on the top court. Jake Robinson serving first against Tim Gray. The match is all tied up. Peppermint Grove winning the opening rubber. Tom Hahn against Jaron Stafford, and then Darren Slater defeating Ashby Farrell to tie the day up for Kings Park. Super tiebreaker, first to 10 points. Russian roulette. Overplaying that forehand. Jake Robinson. You can see it's an interesting concept when you play a third set super tiebreaker. You play the first 2 sets. And the third set tiebreaker, it's a mindset change. You're not out there grinding. It's short, sharp points, and you've got to concentrate every point. Every point's like gold. It's not like playing first to 6 where you can let a point here or there go. In a super tiebreaker, it's imperative that you make sure that you're focused on tune for every point. Tim Gray overplaying the forehand. 1 point all. Score check on the next court. Sam Ashton jumped out to a very quick start against Don Bouchard. You wouldn't have expected that, leading 4-1. Don Bouchard back playing State League after 4 years college tennis. As you heard Richie Sampson mention, Don Bouchard was a product of Sorrento Tennis Club. Went away, cut his teeth at a very good tennis program in the US.
Right.
Long chalk jumped up, but that was too far down the line. You would have seen the dust poke up through the back edge of the line there. It's about a foot long. Tim Gray playing against Jake Robinson. Third set super tiebreaker, first to 10 points. Jake finds himself down a mini break in the start of the third set. Pushed it wide. Just didn't control that slice backhand. Nice touch there by Jakey Robinson. And again, he's not hindered by that hamstring. For those that have just joined us, he went down like he was shot about 15 minutes ago, clutching at his hamstring. Seems to be walking around pretty well. Tim Gray serving at 3 points to 2 in the super tiebreaker. Third set. 1 set all. Beautifully played. Jake Robinson just controlling the point from the back of the court, moving forward. Crisp little chip volley across court. Changing ends, 3 points all. Change ends every 6 points. First to 10 points with an advantage of 2. Very overcast day here at Royal Kings Park. Round 3, the WA Men's State League competition. All square here at Royal Kings Park playing Peppermint Grove. 1 rubber each.
Well,
Score check on the opposing court. Don Bouchard playing Sam Ashenden. Don Bouchard representing Peppermint Grove. Sam Ashenden representing Royal Kings Park. Sam Ashenden leading 4-1 in the opening set. Earlier in the day, Tom Hahn defeated Jaron Stafford in straight sets. And Darren Slater from Kings Park squared the ledger and defeated Ashby Farrell in a super tiebreak in the third. 3 points all. Tim Gray 7.
Come on, just tap that in, mate.
Overplaying that forehand chip long. 3 points to 4. You can probably pick up on camera there. That ball really just held up once it caught the chalk in the centre line. Just propped up a little bit against Jake. Jake overplayed the forehand cross court. Goes down another mini break. Fought hard to get the mini break back earlier in this tie break. Now finds himself down 3 points to 5. First to 10 points.
Oh,
3 points to 6. 2 mini breaks down. It's going to be very hard to claw that back, particularly the way Tim Gray has been serving. And again, first to 10 points, super tiebreaker. It is like Russian roulette. You've got to get off to a pretty good start. Serving doubles in the tiebreaker is not the time to do it. 6-3, Tim Gray. That's what I spoke about, those big first serves to Timmy Gray, 7 points to 3. With another serve to come. Another big bombing first serve, probably 185 kilometres an hour, straight down the tee. Caught the line, plenty of chalk flew up. Tim Gray leading 8 points to 3. The super tiebreaker third set. It's all before Jake at the moment. 9-3. Just gave that smash away. Be interesting to see if Jakey's actually being hampered by that hamstring. He's not moving as freely as he did in the first set. Change every 6 points. 9-3 makes 12. We're changing again. Tim Gray leading 9 points to 3. 7 match points. Sam Ashton playing Dominic Bouchard in the second court. Sam Ashton took out an early lead, early break, leading 4-1. Back on serve now, 4-3. 3-9, match point, Tim Gray versus Jake Robinson. And there it is. Unfortunately, Jake served 2 double faults. You can hear the crowd appreciating the efforts. Timmy Gray winning against Jake Robinson. 6-2, 2-6. Super tiebreaker in the third, 10 points to 3. And a bit of a disappointing way to finish off the match by a double fault. Jakey Robinson must be very disappointed. Came into that match in really good form after defeating probably the fancied player last week, Scotty Jones from Cottesloe Tennis Club, and started off that set or that match in really good conditioning, winning the opening set, as you heard, 6-2. But really just didn't look the player he did in the first set and the remaining 2 sets. Still there's a question mark around the hamstring. He went down midway through that second set with a bit of a strain of the hamstring, and potentially that might have inhibited him and caused him to probably lose a little bit of momentum. That brings the daily tally in favour of Peppermint Grove, leading 2-1. Score check, first match of the day. Tom Hahn defeated Jaron Stafford in straight sets. Darren Slater from Kings Park defeated Ashby Farrell in a super tiebreaker. And then we just saw the number 1 singles in Tim Gray come up against Jake Robinson. Timmy Gray winning in 3 very tight sets, 10-3 in that super tiebreaker. The other match being played at the moment is between Sam Ashton, who just got another break against Dom Bouchard, leading 5-3, serving for that opening set. And to see that probably to the left of the screen. Unfortunately, our courtside camera isn't functioning at the moment. Otherwise, we bring this match to you live. Hopefully you can enjoy some of the side effects and the crowd noises as we bring you play-by-play in this match between Dommy Bouchard and Sam Ashton. Sam Ashton serving 5-3, second serve. Dom Bouchard hitting a beautiful backhand down the middle of the court. Again, grass court tennis. Sam is known for his smooth moving around the court. He plays a little bit like Miroslav Bachir, the great Czechoslovakian from the 80s. Not a lot of backswing. Plays with a lot of flair, a lot of different slices. And Dommy Bouchard, typical player of his generation, left-hander. A lot of pace, a lot of power. Probably more suited to a hard court than grass court. Dom Bouchard has played the last 3-4 years in the US at college. 5-3. Sam Ashton serving at 30 love. Second serve. Kicker out wide. Backhand cross court. Beautifully picked up half volley by Sam on that occasion, but unfortunately caught the top of the tape. Fell back down on his side. Still 5-3, 30-15. In a pretty good position to take out this first set. Would somewhat be a surprise. The favoured player moving into this particular tie would have been Dommy Bouchard. Sam making a good account of himself. First serve long, caught the line. It was a bit of chalk, but it's certainly down the single sideline. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today, brought to you by Scotty's Media. My name is Brett Patton, part of the Court Talk team on 91.3 Sport FM. Sam Ashton in second serve, serving at 5-3 and 30-15. Beautiful touch by Dom Bouchard, if you don't mind. Deft touch under extreme pressure. Sam Ashton moving forward with a little dink chip at the feet of Dommy Bouchard, and he just managed to get the racket to it and pump it cross court. A bit of pressure coming on to Sammy Ashton at this stage of the match. He's serving for the first set. Was up 30 love, now finds himself back at 30 all. Probably needs a first serve. Missed his last 2 first serves. And again misses a third first serve in a row. Serving at 5-3, 30 all against Dom Bouchard. Forehand cross court by Dommy to the back end of Sam Ashton. Back down the middle of the court. Dommy just dictating with that left-handed forehand. Again, cross court. Down the line. Forehand back cross court by, and then forces the error by Dom Bouchard. Sam Ashton finds himself up a set point. The opening match. Opening set of this 4th rubber of the day. Sam Ashton, Kings Park, come up against Dommy Bouchard, the left-handed superstar from Peppermint Grove, leading 5-3, 40-30, first set point for Sam Ashton. Hasn't made a first serve this whole 9th game. And he does push that wide. Dom Bouchard overplays a forehand down the line. Sam Ashton has got the Sam Ashton strut all the way back to the change of ends. Just throwing the racket back to his bag. Sitting down, toweling himself off. Looks like today's going to go down to the wire. Dommy Bouchard certainly would be the favourite player going to that match. Sam Ashton taking the first set, 6-3. A couple of service breaks. Match being played in pretty good spirit out here today, Royal Kings Park. As you can hear the helicopter come from over the top. A little bit of atmosphere with all the other divisions being played at Kings Park, former home of tennis. Royal Kings Park coming up against Peppermint Grove. Royal Kings Park, number 3 ranked on the WA State League after 2 rounds. Peppermint Grove sitting in 4th spot. 14 home and away matches, culminating in the top 4 teams playing in finals, 1st versus 4th, 2nd versus 3rd. And the final is played at the highest ranking home team. So if you finish first or second and you win your match in the semi-final. Whoever the highest ranking seed is gets to play the grand final on their home venue. And it does play into it. Generally see the home teams in a grand final more often than not will win due to the support from the home team, home crowd, home club. Last year, unfortunately, cut short by COVID. First year, there's been decided that there wasn't going to be a winner. Henson Park were recognised for their wonderful performance throughout the year. But unfortunately, COVID hit right at the conclusion of the regular season, so there was no finals played. Hence, no winners were named for the Men's and Women's State League in the season 1920. Looking forward to this being an uninterrupted season. As we said, Don Bouchard opening serve in the second set. Beautifully struck backhand. Down the line on that occasion. Don Bouchard, a little bit of frustration in that backhand down the line. Just leaned on the backhand. Hits the ball with such flair. So smooth, straight out of the middle. Left-handers generally do. You've got to use that sliding serve a little bit better in the second set than he has in the opening stage of this match. Beautiful lob by Sam Ashton. Again, no one struts better than Sam Ashton. He's in pretty good form. Yet to win a state league title, but I think Kings Park this year, they've kept the same players group for a number of years. Good mates, all train together, great camaraderie, good culture. That plays a big part of forming a successful team. Dommy Bouchard hitting a cross-court backhand for the win. Hope you're enjoying this broadcast, brought to you by Scotty's Media. My name is Brett Patton, sitting alongside Darren the Big D Patton every Sunday morning on Court Talk on 91.3, bringing you the updates for everything that's happening around the world in tennis. Unfortunately, we can't bring you the actual coverage. One of the cameras is playing up. You can hear some of by the courtside effects microphone what's happening around the grounds. Start of the second set. Sam Ashton leading 1-0. Dommy Bouchard opening serve in the second set, just forcing a topspin lob a little long. Back to 30 all. I'll just leave you with the courtside mic. I'll take a little bit of a break. Look forward to catching you up very soon. Welcome back. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here at the Royal Kings Park Tennis Club, round 3, men's WA State League, Royal Kings Park versus Peppermint Grove. Production brought to you by Scotty's Media. I want to say thank you to Steve from Cartel Sports, also a big supporter of Scotty's Media in the coverage here at Royal Kings Park. If you want to come down and get rackets, strings, balls, coaching, come and see Steve at Cartel Sports. He'll look after you. Just mention Scotty's Media, and no doubt he'll give you a high five and a slap on the back and maybe a free wristband. Who knows? Don't know if they do jock straps anymore, but I'm sure if you had a packet of those, you could get one just by mentioning Scotty's Media. My name is Brett Patton, part of the Court Talk commentary team on Scotty's Media, alongside Darren the Big D Patton, who's itching to get onto the broadcast, but just finds himself away on travels at the moment, but is tuning in. So good morning, good evening, good night to Big D, wherever you may be. Who knows where he is, big fella, but he's looking forward to getting back and doing some broadcasting on Scotty's Media and getting back on the radio tomorrow morning. We know he'll be back on Court Talk at 8 a.m. on 91.3 Sport FM, giving you a bit of a wrap around what's happening across the world of tennis. Conditions here at Royal Kings Park, a little bit overcast, a little bit coolish. We're expecting a lot of rain tomorrow and the next couple of days. Far cry from what we've experienced in the last 2 days. We've looked plenty of sunshine, high 30s, mid 30s. Waiting for this number 1 court to reconvene. Get some doubles action happening. The last remaining singles between Peppermint Grove and Royal Kings Park being played at the moment, just off cameras between Dommy Bouchard from Peppermint Grove and Sam Ashton, the captain of the Royal Kings Park Men's State League side, former MVP at the WA State League, bit of a journeyman, played for many years, never quite won a State League, he's been to the final on 1 or 2 occasions, but hasn't managed to win or snare a title. Not easy to come by. I want to say good day to Mitchell Pladell, who's part of the Tennis Australia coaching up there in Northern Territory. He was part of the Cottesloe winning State League team about 4 years ago. Sent me some messages after tuning in and listening to the broadcast via Scotty's Media, saying it's pretty hard to win these. I said, my word, it is. Very hard. Timings, injuries, talent, all plays its part in winning a WA State League. The David Blacklock Cup. David Blacklock, a lot of people wouldn't know, he was quite a player in his own right. Used to play a lot during the 40s and 50s as a junior and went on to become the managing director of Slazenger, hence the WA State League Shield is called the David Blacklock Shield. A lot of people this generation certainly probably wouldn't remember David, given that he passed away 25 years ago, but still he's remembered by his name being on the Perpetual Shield that's presented every year to the winning men's and women's State League side. David Blacklock represents the Men's State League. The women's competition has a long, rich history of wonderful talent here. Christine Dory, just to name one of the great players that has played State League. In WA for many years, was a semi-finalist in the Australian Open singles way back in 1978. Been a member of Fremantle Tennis Club for many years, Christine Dory. And of course, Casey Delacqua, one of the great talents coming out of Western Australia, alongside Madison Inglis and Astrid Sharma. Jenny Byrne from back in the 80s. Jenny Byrne played all the Grand Slams for many years. Found herself in top 100, singles and doubles. After watching Jenny Byrne take on, I think it might have been Chris Evett, the first round of Wimbledon way back in 1988, 89. Might have been a little bit earlier, but Jenny Byrne, I should say, was a wonderful talent. It was great to see Jenny Byrne come back. Hadn't seen Jenny Byrne for many, many years. Lives in New York now. Came back to be part of the Federation Cup final, Australia against France. They brought across, which was a great initiative from Tennis Australia, brought across all current living Federation Cup past players and created somewhat of a wonderful atmosphere at the Perth Arena. Unfortunately, we didn't get the result we were after when Australia went down to France. But the spectacle certainly put WA on the map, showcasing the great talent we have in women's tennis across Australia. And our own Astrid Sharma was part of that Federation Cup team. She was the Orange Girl, very much part of the support team, sitting courtside, practicing every day with the girls leading up to the Federation Cup tie. And ably led by, we call her own now, Alicia Mollick, who was born and bred in Adelaide but lives in Perth, alongside her kids and hubby, Timmy Sullivan. And of course, the other great tennis event that's been played for the best part of 30-odd years before it expired a couple of years ago was the Hopman Cup. And we saw potentially the greatest Hopman Cup we've ever seen as the last Hopman Cup, where Germany played Switzerland in the final. Alexander Zverev played Roger Federer, Belinda Bencic, Angelique Kerber, all squared up, and it came all the way down to the very last point in the mixed doubles to determine who was going to win the Hopman Cup that year, and it went the way of the Swiss. There was about 12,500, 13,000 people watching that final. I think we broke all records as far as public attendance. And as I made mention on the broadcast before, Roger Federer, his pulling power is second to none of any male athlete, any male. Certainly in the tennis, game of tennis, he pulls more crowd, more sponsorship than any other player. And I think that gets right under the skin of Novak Djokovic, who, as we know, has some pretty parochial followers. The Novak army, the Noel family. Novak's vying to become the greatest player of all time. He's only weeks away from taking Roger Federer's mantle as holding the most weeks at number one. And also he's looking down the gun of Rafa and Roger's 20 Grand Slam titles. I think he's on about 3 behind, 17. So he's breaking all records at the moment. Novak, he's the only player that's ever won the 9 ATP 1000 tournament. Not even Novak, not even Rafa nor Roger has won all ATP 1000 titles. He's won all the Grand Slams. He was vying to be the first person to win all Grand Slams twice when he lost to the final of Rafa Nadal at the French Open this year. Rafa hasn't won all the tournaments twice, nor has Roger. So I think once Novak finishes his career, there's probably a strong argument there to suggest that if you look at pure stats, he'd throw himself into contention as being classified as the greatest male player that's ever played. Pretty hard to compete and compare generations. And everyone talks about Rod Laver being the greatest player of all time because he's won the Grand Slam on 2 occasions, one as a professional and one as an amateur. But, if we look back in those days, 3 of the 4 Grand Slams were played on grass, the Australian, Wimbledon and the US Open. The game probably isn't as global as it was now back then. Australia, America were the dominant countries playing in the world back in the 50s, 60s and 70s. That mantle's been overtaken by the Europeans. We see Spain, France, Serbia dominating the men's game with volume and with numbers. Australia has some great talent, certainly with Alex de Minaur leading from the front there. had some great doubles players over many years. Johnny Pearce leading from the front in the men's game. But I think we need to take a leaf out of the French Federation, probably the Spanish Federation, the way that they conduct their and train their kids and the surface they play on. And hence they've been able to be two countries that are really powerhouse countries. Russia for women. The Eastern Bloc countries seem to produce a lot of great women talent. America always produces great female talent. We see the great Serena Williams, probably arguably the greatest female that's ever played the game, albeit I think the purists would say Margaret Court still is, given that she holds the most amount of Grand Slam titles. There's an argument to say that when Serena finishes her career, and she's probably coming to a real conclusion, a bit of an exclamation point on her career, if not next year, potentially the year after, but she's going to hang around to try to get that one more Grand Slam. She's lost in the last 4 Grand Slam finals that she's been in, trying to run down the great Margaret Court's record. So, love her or hate her, she puts tennis on the map. And, while she has won a lot of Grand Slams, she's also lost a lot of Grand Slam finals. So, she's always putting herself in contention. Bit of a score check. We're seeing Kings Park and Peppermint Grove playing in today's third round tie. Peppermint Grove are leading 2-1. Opening match of the day, we saw Kings Park's Darren Stafford lose to Tommy Hahn from Peppermint Grove. We saw Darren Slater from Kings Park defeat Ashby Farrell. We saw Jakey Robinson from Kings Park lose to Timmy Gray in 3 tight sets. And we're watching the 4th match, the last remaining singles match between Sam Ashenden and Dommy Bouchard. Sam Ashenden representing Kings Park, Dommy Bouchard representing Peppermint Grove. Dommy Bouchard lost the first set and is leading 2-1 in the second set.
Yeah, that's not ideal.
That's fine.
It's getting better. That's all. Forehand's good. Yeah, you find the back end. Stuff there.
Oh, just smash it now.
Yes.
Oh, what?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've said to both of them. Let's go, Sammy. Oh, Sammy! Oh, he's got some awesome. Good rally, boys. Go, Sammy.
It gets more like towards Christmas. By one half. Yeah. Four. They know. But Sammy. Sammy. That log of the Let's go, Krabby!
No, I was on top of it, and then the wind just dropped. I was we've just been playing. Looks like the first couple of weeks we just played. You got to take don't you? Yeah, the rule is short. Yeah, we're going to stay with the big dog.
On Saturday. Yoo-hoo. Go Dobby, man. Come on, Sam. Let's go, mate. Sammy. Sammy. Go, mate. Good day. Yeah, Samuel.
Ah, no. Had it.
Good point though, Sammy. What up, mate? Come on. 'Cause I like him. Well, I don't know that's
The day, super tiebreaker between Dommy Bouchard and Sam Ashenden. Giving you a very artistic angle here from the grandstand at Royal Kings Park Tennis Club. Dommy Bouchard serving deep into the third set super tiebreak. Of course, all men's singles and women's singles in State League. He's played best of 3 sets, with the third set being a super tiebreak, first to 10 points. Beautifully struck. Forehand by Dommy Bouchard under extreme pressure. Don't mind. Give a bit of an update of the scores for the day's play. This is round 3. The WA Men's State League competition, Kings Park, playing against Peppermint Grove. Peppermint Grove leads the day 2 rubbers to 1. Seeing the last singles rubber of the day between Sammy Ashton and Dommy Bouchard. Oh, Sammy Ashton lets out a big groan of appreciation, throwing the hat like a frisbee. That was an upset in the making. There's been a couple of upsets today. Sammy Ashton defeating highly fancied Dommy Bouchard from Peppermint Grove, and equaling up the scores, 2 rubbers apiece going into the last 2 doubles of the tie. Kings Park sitting number 3 on the ladder, Peppermint Grove sitting 4th. A bit of a recap of the day's scores. First match of the day, Tommy Harm defeated Jaron Stafford in straight sets. We saw Darren Slater from Royal Kings Park defeat Ashby Farrell in third set tiebreaker to square the ledger at 1 match apiece. And we saw highly fancied Jake Robinson come up against Tim Gray, and Tim Gray got the chocolates in a super tiebreaker, and then leading Peppermint Grove 2-1. And Sam Ashton squaring the ledger again, bringing Kings Park back on par, 2 matches apiece, winning against Dommy Bouchard, the left-handed superstar, after 3 years away, US college, playing under a very good college system. Sam Ashton too good today on his home courts at the Royal Kings Park Tennis Club, winning in a super tiebreaker in the third. Just waiting for the doubles to be played out. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage, brought to you by Scotty's Media. My name is Brett Patton. Of course, you can tune in to Court Talk on 91.3 Sport FM, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Updates, all things tennis. Updates of the WA State League. The WA State League favourites in Astrid Cantor will give you a wrap of what's happened in the Women's State League. And, of course, Jerome Iaconi, somewhat of a teenager's dreamboat. He'll be giving you the updates for the WA Men's State League. Stay tuned here. We're going to get to the doubles very, very shortly once Sam and Dominic have a bit of a rest. Looking forward to bringing you the final 2 doubles rubbers of the day. Match has been played at Royal Kings Park. It's been very overcast today. No breeze around, perfect conditions. Hopefully we can get the matches completed before sunset arises. Hope you enjoy the broadcast today. A few technical hitches, but we're getting things right. Thanks to Scotty's Media. Scotty Walsh, former senior editor of the Day Tonight, the brainchild behind broadcasting the WA Men's State League competition. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast over the last couple of weeks. The first broadcast we did was Alexander Park. Matty Ebden had a starring debut for Alexander Park against Hensman Park, perennial finalists in WA Men's State League. Looking forward to broadcasting and bringing you the best tennis players in WA over the next 8 or 9 weeks. 14-week competition with finals culminating end of March, early April. If you want to get down and watch the closing doubles here at Royal Kings Park, please do. Entry's free. Just say Scotty's Media at the front desk, and that'll get you a free drink, maybe a croissant on the way through. Looking forward to having your company down here. If you want to give us a bit of a shout out on Scotty's Media through YouTube or Scotty's Media through Facebook, please do. Ask some questions. We've had a few questions come through already. We appreciate you tuning in. You can hear a bit of liveliness from some of the courtside mics. Full day's play. All the courts are being used around Kings Park. Division 1s through to about Division 9, and a little bit of social play. Used to be the home of WA Tennis, of course, Kings Park Tennis Club, situated at Kings Park, off Kings Parks Road. Beautiful location here, home of the WA Open for many, many years, with such superstars, the likes of Yannick Noah and Stefan Edberg frequented. Got a funny story, actually, with Yannick Noah was practicing with Stefan Edberg. Would have been mid-80s, and They were playing on the back courts here, just tuning up nicely for one of their matches. And Stefan Edberg and Yannick were both playing with their shirts off. And back in those days, Royal Kings Park viewed themselves very much as the child to the All England Tennis Club. In fact, they've got the same messaging. I think it's the Rudyard Kipling's theme about triumph and disaster, and where the two meet. There's a sign as you walk through to the bottom courts of Royal Kings Park, and it's exactly the same sign as you would walk under when heading out to the centre court at Wimbledon. Yannick Noah and Stefan Edberg were practicing on the bottom courts with no shirts on. Anyway, a couple of the members came out and asked them to put their shirts on. They were disgusted by the fact that Yannick Noah and Stefan Edberg, these two prime-looking athletes, pristine-looking athletes, had their shirt off and dared go against the dress code at Royal Kings Park. Suffice to say, Yannick Noah muttered a few of his French profanities at a couple of the Blue Rinse brigades that came out to tell him to put the shirt back on, and they didn't. My name is Brett Patton. Usually we'll be sitting alongside Darren the Big D Patton as part of Scotty's Media's broadcast of the WA State League for the summer of 2020-2021. Just getting as best angle as we possibly can. And we're having a look at Division 1 between Sorrento Tennis Club against Royal Kings Park. And the closest to the camera, you'll see Richard Sampson on the backhand wing. Richard Sampson, we had a chat to earlier in the day, spoke about his silver medal winning performance at the ITF Over 35s World Championships in Miami at the end of last year, and his time playing the ITF circuit. And one of the stalwarts of WA tennis, Richie Sampson, of course, the head coach out at Sorrento Tennis Club. A real ladies' delight. Looks like he hasn't put on an inch of fat. And he keeps himself in really good nick by just hitting tennis balls. Does a lot of riding, a lot of cycling. Of course, shout out to his beautiful bride, Angie, who's a chiropractor. And no doubt she's busy snapping him back into shape when he's needing another alignment. That was Richie Sampson hitting a backhand. Short backswing, big follow through, Richie Sampson. That's Dean Cochran. Playing for Royal Kings Park, and Richie came up against each other in the number one spot of the Division 1 competition. Richie Sampson winning 6-1, 7-6 against Dean Cochran. Dean, of course, is part of the Kings Park State League squad. Got promoted today. They had a full list of quality players playing in the WA State League. As we welcome Scotty Walsh back in, just keeping an eye on productions here, making sure that everything is on task. And we hope you're enjoying the broadcast. Looking forward to bringing you the broadcast all through the summer of Australian tennis and enjoying the heights of this view from the camera. Number 3, high in the grandstands of the Royal Kings Park Tennis Club. We're watching Richard Sampson serving, representing Sorrento Tennis Club against Division 1 pairing from Royal Kings Park, Dean Cochran. Richie Sampson, for those who have just tuned in, won a silver medal at the ITF World Championships, pairing up with Cameron Venables, making it through to the final of the over 40s men's doubles, just falling at the final hurdle to pairing of German and Croatian superstars in their own country, Matthias Huning and Litz from Croatia. Probably not household names to those listening in, but guarantee they are household names in the country of origin. It was a great performance by Richie Sampson. Making a final of a World Championships is a real beautiful forehand lob, if you don't mind. Making a World Championship final at any level, at any age, is something he can be incredibly proud of, and something that no doubt Richie tells his 3 boys about on a daily occurrence when he rocks up to the dinner table. Now, Daddy was the silver medalist at the ITF Over 35s World Championships. My name is Brett Patton, part of the Scotty's Media broadcast team. Waiting for the Men's State League doubles to resume against Peppermint Grove and Kings Park. Rubbers tied at 2 each after splitting the singles. Looking forward to what's sure to be a pretty robust, aggressive and entertaining doubles. Best of 3 sets, 3rd set super tiebreaker in the men's and women's state league competition. And looking forward to bringing you that doubles very soon. Of course, we're governed by the sunset rule. I think sunset today is going to be roughly around about 6 o'clock, 6:15. So we're hopeful that we can get some tennis in before the sunset rule is called and we don't see a result. In the event that we do see a drawn result, you get 2 points for every win. And then the winning team on the day gets a further 8 points. So those will be split if there is no result today. But the rubbers you win will also carry a couple of points. Big day of tennis, as you can see on the camera, around the grounds. A lot of different divisions playing here at Kings Park. A little bit of social play at the back courts, as you can see. And again, this centre used to be the home of WA tennis for many, many years. A lot of WA Opens played on the grass courts leading up to the Australian Open. When the Australian Open was played at Kooyong on the grass courts. When the Melbourne and the Tennis Australia decided to move away from grass and onto rebound ace. 1988, I think it was, 88, 89. The very first Australian Open final played at Melbourne Park on rebound ace was between Pat Cash and Mats Wilander. Mats Wilander winning that match in 5 very tight sets. And unfortunately for Pat Cash, he did go on and win Wimbledon in 87, made the final of the Australian Open the year before as well, losing to Stefan Edberg, and then fronts up the following year after a big win in the semi-finals against Ivan Lendl. Played against Mats Wilander and went down in 5 sets. Never made it through to another Grand Slam final, but what a career Pat Cash had, certainly as a young, aspiring tennis player coming through the ranks. He was one of my heroes, the way he used to serve and volley. The big diamond earring in the ear, the checkered headband. He was a fashionista, and certainly one of those players that created a lot of buzz wherever he went around the world. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today, brought to you by Scotty's Media. Just waiting for the Royal Kings Park Peppermint Grove doubles pairings to jump on the court. The singles results have been split, 2 rubbers apiece. A recap of the day's play so far in the opening round of the WA Men's State League between Peppermint Grove and Kings Park. Peppermint Grove's Tom Hahn defeated Jaron Stafford in straight sets. We saw Darren Slater from Kings Park defeat Ashby Farrell from Peppermint Grove in 3 very tight sets. We saw Jakey Robinson go down to Timmy Gray, big serving Timmy Gray from Peppermint Grove in a super tiebreaker in the 3rd set. And of course, only moments ago, we saw Sam Ashenden defeat the highly fancy Dommy Bouchard in a super tiebreaker. 3 of the 4 singles going to a super tiebreaker. It's been a very close day today. We're just waiting for the doubles to commence so we can get a final result for today's tie between Peppermint Grove and Royal Kings Park. My name is Brett Patton. Tune in to Court Talk on 91.3 Sport FM tomorrow morning alongside Darren the Big D Patton. We'll bring you all things tennis, local tennis, Australian tennis, international tennis, and all the gossip between Perth and all the shores around the world. Hope you enjoyed today's broadcast. We've enjoyed bringing it to you. Scotty's Media. Get on and give a thumbs up, a big like. Looking to bringing you all the broadcasting for the WA Men's State League over the summer of 2020-2021. Looking forward to bringing WA tennis to the forefront to the sporting community and making some of these tennis players household names. That'd be wonderful. Giving them a career in tennis. Not everyone's going to be the best player in the world, but as long as you can be the best player you can be and playing the best competition in the state, you know, the young juniors should be aspiring to use tennis as a vehicle to travel, to meet friends, to get an education, to live a healthy, active life. And looking forward to the general public understanding who some of those great WA tennis players are.
Looks like he does.
And he does. That's your spot on the court.
Yeah. Is that you? Yeah.
So we skip back to the centre court. We see a little bit of action, a little bit of mobility. Jaron Stafford's coming out just to warm up. He's at the far end of the court. You would have seen him earlier today lose his opening round singles match against Tommy Hahn in straight sets. Great to have Jaron back. Been playing some very good tennis for many years, been a stalwart and a journeyman of the WA tennis scene. Had been lost to State League for a couple of years due to travel. He moved to Switzerland where he was working for a couple of years, getting a few hits on the clay court there in the shadow of the great Roger Federer's monstrosity of a house in Basel in Switzerland.
Both doubles are to be played
We're hearing
on the court.
James Williams, who's the match referee, just gives some instructions to the players about what needs to take place as far as the doubles are concerned. There's been somewhat of a break here between singles and doubles. James Williams looking to move the tie along so they can at least get a result out of the one doubles, if not two. There is a sunset rule in play. Once sunset's here, all matches must be called off. And if it's a tie, then the points are split accordingly. And looking forward to the doubles continuing. Welcome back. Just waiting for the final two doubles to be played here at Royal Kings Park Tennis Club. This third round clash between Peppermint Grove and Royal Kings Park. Scores are tied at 2 rubbers apiece after a big day of singles.
What? You have to list the players, James. You have to list the players. Oh, you'll get recorded, and I'll hand it back. You're changing the rules. 10 years,
Just watching the hit up before we get into the actual doubles for the last two doubles ties of the day. Peppermint Grove coming up against Kings Park, all square, 2 rubbers apiece. This production is brought to you by Scotty's Media. Scotty Walsh, former senior editor of Today Tonight, bringing you live tennis, publicising the WA State League men's competition. My name is Brett Patton. I'm from WA, and there's a bit of going on down here on the court. We'll just give it to the cameras, let them carry on with this.
All right, next time we're losing. No points for
As you can hear from the courtside effects, Mike, there is a little bit of fractiousness between Ashby Farrell and James Williams. A little bit of conjecture over the doubles order that Kings Park are putting forward. Ashby letting James know that he's not happy with the way that this order is being played out. My name is Brett Patton, bringing you this coverage, virtual of Scotty's Media. Of course, you can listen into Court Talk on 91.3 Sport FM, 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Darren, the Big D Patton, and myself will give you an up-to-date briefing about what's been happening at state league level, also what's happening across the world of tennis. Some of the rumours going around. If you want to drop us a note on 0429 913 913 tomorrow morning, we can talk about some of the topics that you SMS through to us. Hope you've enjoyed today's broadcast. Enjoyed bringing it to you, publicising some of the great talent we have in WA tennis. Looking forward to bringing you the coverage throughout the summer of tennis, all the way through to end of March, early April. This initiative is from Scotty's Media, as we see Sam Ashton making his way onto court, ready to prepare for the doubles. We see also Tom Hahn and Don Bouchard from Peppermint Grove, ready to suit up. Looking forward to bringing you what's sure to be a pretty exciting matchup. A little bit of hostility out there on court at the moment. As we heard earlier with the courtside microphones, it was Ashby Farrell not happy with some of the rulings around who was going to play doubles and who wasn't going to play doubles.
Matt.
Just waiting for these doubles to commence. We've probably got another hour and 20 minutes before the sunset rule comes into play. Hoping to bring you the conclusion of the match all the way through. Hope you've enjoyed this broadcast. And big shout out to Scotty's Media for bringing the broadcast to your homes, to your phones, to your couches, to your laptops, to your iPads. The beauty of modern technology, you can tune in from anywhere. There you've got the technology to do so. My name is Brett Patton. Just looking forward to concluding out and bringing you this last doubles. As you can see on the camera, there's a little bit of cloud covering, a little bit of coolness in the air, no breeze to speak of. And we're bringing you the broadcast from Royal Kings Park Tennis Club, sitting high in the grandstands, famous grandstands here at Royal Kings Park Tennis Club. Beautiful venue, used to be the home of WA tennis before it moved out to Burswood at the State Tennis Centre. And again, rich history here at the former WA home of tennis, Royal Kings Park. WA Open, of course, used to be a mainstay here for many, many years. Some of the great players from yesteryear used to come down, play. Lou Hode, Ken Rosewell. You name it, they've played here. Anyone who's played any of the major tournaments from Australia has played here at Royal Kings Park. It's almost the child of the All England Tennis Club where Wimbledon's played. Beautiful courts. Some of the equal of the grass courts anywhere you'd find in the world. Of course, Australia and more than that. WA has got some of the greatest grass courts in Australia. And I'm going to get Ashby Farrell come up and have a bit of a chat to us, captain of the Peppermint Grove State League Club. As you heard off mic a little bit earlier, we saw a little bit of discussion between what was happening, and we welcome Ashby Farrell, one of the colourful characters, to the broadcast today. Now, tell us, we off-court mics heard a little bit of banter between you and James. What's going on out there?
Oh, they've allowed a late substitution, which is not in the rules to my understanding. If you play singles and you list your matches at the end of 3, you list your doubles matches, you then can't change your doubles pairings. But they've allowed a late sub.
Wow. Okay. We might have to go to it. There could be a protest or a ruling at the end of the tie. Now, your form today, let's get on to your form. I thought you played particularly well. Certainly in that opening set, you were certainly working on all cylinders against Darren Slater. You had your chances in the second set, fell in that third set tie rate. What's your analysis of your form today?
It's coming back. So Darren got over at the end and he played a really good match. I was happy with my first set. I just got to string that together for longer. So as the season wears in, hopefully I'll, get some form that lasts for the full match, I suppose.
Peppermint Grove, I mean, pretty well placed this year, currently sitting 4th on the ladder, but you've got a really strong and looks like a really deep lineup of players. Troy Hargraves, former club coach, or the club coach out there. Do you think we'll see Troy back, or is he just past his best?
No, I'm sure Troy will be back. He's not past his best either. Troy is the legend of the game, much like yourself. and he will be back, I'm sure.
Yeah, he will be. Hopefully, he will be back. Now, your form. So you're sitting out the doubles. Or you're going on to play.
You're holding me up.
Oh, well, we better let you go. Thank you, Ashby. Get down and play some doubles. Good luck today. It'll all come down to his doubles, no doubt. We'll certainly see some fireworks out there on court. Wonderful to see Ashby come up and spare a couple of minutes to talk to us about the conversation he had with James Williams. And you heard it firsthand about the ruling with the substitute. There might well be a little bit more going on post-match if the result doesn't go the way of Peppermint Grove. There might be some questions asked to the Competitions and League Committee around the legality of putting in a substitute if you've already listed your team after that third singles rubber. Of course, this broadcast is brought to you by Scotty's Media. Scotty Walsh, one of the prominent personalities around town. If you don't know Scotty, have a look at Scotty's Media. You'll see him plastered all over there on the Facebook side and, of course, YouTube. My name is Brett Patton, doing some commentary alongside Darren the Big D Patton once he's back in the big smoke. Looking forward to getting and calling as much of the WA State League as we possibly can as part of the Scotty's Media commentary team. As we're watching the first court, Tristan Gallardi closer to the camera and Jaron Stafford representing Royal Kings Park playing against Timmy Gray and Tom Hahn at the far end of the court. Tom Hahn and Timmy Gray have had pretty good days so far, both winning their singles. And Jaron Stafford closest to the camera alongside Tristan Gallardi. Tristan's coming in as a substitute. He's the player I think that they were concerned about nominating, and that was certainly the protest that was coming by way of Ashby Farrell. Looking forward to bringing you this doubles. It's sure to be exciting. Doubles always is, particularly on grass court. Short, sharp, it's fast, and there's a lot of tactics that go into doubles. So stay tuned. Looking forward to bringing you more of the action once the match commences. My name is Brett Patton, part of the commentary team for Scotty's Media. Of course, I run alongside, or sit alongside my big brother, Darren the Big D Patton, former top 10 player in Australia back in the heyday, two-time WA Open champion. And he would suggest that back in the day he was one of the better looking blokes swanning around WA. But we'll bring you Court Talk at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning on 91.3 Sport FM. Tune in if you're laying in bed Sunday morning, or even if you're out and about, plug us into your radio, your wireless, your tranny, your car radio. Have a listen to all that's happening in the world of tennis. Good. Looking forward to having the Big D back in the studio. Has been away travelling for the last couple of weeks. Part of the Indigenous engagement program that he's running, remote tennis, alongside Jaron Kretschmann, coach of Mount Tarcoola Primary School in the Midwest. Do a great job in the regions promoting tennis and looking after the Indigenous communities and getting them an active lifestyle using tennis as that vehicle. Astrid Canther, come and join me, the Women's State League captain of Kings Park. Also, grab a chair there, Astrid, and you can stay on air for me a little bit longer. She, of course, will be joining us on Court Talk tomorrow morning. Now, you're back. You've been playing State League yourself. If you haven't had a look at Astrid, have a look at her. She's just magnificent. We don't have a camera to turn around. I'm sure you can get onto her Facebook site and stalk her. A lot of people do. Tell us about what happened today.
We actually played Friday night.
Oh, you played Friday night?
Day off. Had the day off, yeah.
You did that a couple of weeks ago, didn't you?
Peppy did, but this was our first Friday night.
All right. What was the result?
We went down 4-2.
And your form, did you play singles or doubles?
Played both. Lost in the singles, win in the doubles.
All right. So where are we sitting at Kings Park? We're going to talk about this tomorrow morning on air, of course, but for those listeners who are dialing in, where's Kings Park sitting on the State League ladder?
Unfortunately, at the moment, we're sitting winless. Yes.
That's very unlike Kings Park. Very unlike Kings Park. Now, is that because you generally have been perennial finalists? You've been at the top of the ranking, certainly one or two spots for the last couple of seasons. What's happening this year?
To be honest, I think what's happened is going down to 4 teams. There's obviously 8 girls that have no longer at their original clubs, and they have gone to the other 3 clubs, and Kings Park got none of them.
Well, that will hurt the team. There's no doubt. Now, listen, you were courtside. You saw a little bit of the fractiousness between Ashby Farrell and James Williams. Now, we had Ashby up here talking through the ruling. Now, do you know the ruling about changing doubles at the last minute?
Update me. What happened?
Well, allegedly, Astrid, that Kings Park had listed their doubles at the end of the third singles rubber, and then they've changed it. So Ashby was saying that's not part of the rules. Now, you're part of the State League Rules Committee. Is that a rule that I can't even remember? I'm part of that committee and I can't remember. And we might have to go back to the rule book to find that one out. What do you know about the changing the doubles rules?
Yeah, I think if I take my Kings Park hat off, I would have to agree with Ashby, unfortunately. My understanding is once it's written in the scorecard, it cannot be changed regardless.
All right, there might be a protest. Might be an asterisk against this result if it goes the way of Kings Park. But anyway, we're looking forward to a pretty good doubles tie out here. Now, your form, of course, how often are you out here at Kings Park? You here daily, just in the gym, sort of lifting heavy or squatting? What are we doing?
I'm here most days. Tennis usually once a week, but yeah, in the gym regularly.
Well, we can tell. I mean, if we had the forward-facing camera here, Scotty, we could get the public could get a look at Astrid here. She's just come down. It's probably 10 degrees outside, but she's wearing nothing more than a shirt, a singlet. No, there we go. We'll get her on camera. There we go. We say hello, as you can see for our listeners in there. Astrid, and we're up in the bows here. We're in the bows of one of the oldest grandstands in WA. I mean, this club rich and rich history in tennis. I mean, one of the great lead-up tournaments at the WA Open before the Australian Open, before it went to hard court. Now, how long have you been a member here?
About 6 years now.
And enjoying? What do you enjoy about Kings Park?
I think just everything that goes with it, the gym, the pools, the atmosphere, it's definitely not like a normal tennis club.
Yeah, and it is one of the great tennis. I mean, again, it's almost like the junior of the All England Lawn Tennis Club. We've got the Rudyard Kipling sign, though the disaster and triumph as you walk into the courts. I mean, it's almost a mini All England Lawn Tennis Club. Now, there was you may not know this, you're probably too young, but when they had the WA Open here, and I've mentioned this before, they had Yannick Noah and Stefan Edberg hitting on these very courts down here that we're broadcasting on, and they were hitting up without a T-shirt on. And a couple of the blue wrenches came down and told them off, said, "Not at this club, you don't, sunshine. Put your shirts back on." So I think the record stands that they told the old blue wrench where to go in their language.
That doesn't surprise me. Even these days, singlets are not allowed.
Oh, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, how are you getting away with this attire?
I'm a woman. I can get away with it.
You can show the shoulders. You can show a little bit of the leg. No, understandable. Great talking to you. We're looking for now. You're going to be on live 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Well, 8:20 we'll get you on 91.3 Sport FM. This, of course, is brought to you by Scotty's Media. Scotty's just off camera here, holding the camera, doing a splendid job. We're looking forward to, actually, we'll talk to Scotty. Scotty, are we going to do some women's state league matches?
Absolutely. Nothing's organised yet, but absolutely would love to.
Get the viewers watching.
Cartel Sports proudly bringing this as part of the sponsorship package for Scotty's Media. We like to publicise as much of the men's and women's state league as we can. We'll chat to you tomorrow morning.
Bye-bye.
Astrid Cantor looking resplendent. Keep the camera on her as she just ducks away there for all our listeners. And we'll come back to you once the matches commence.
I'm all good. No, all that's got to be, like I said, the problem is the Rich, for whatever reason, it's just upset.
The opening point of the number 2 doubles between Jaron Stafford and Tristan Gallardi coming up against Tim Gray. Tom Hahn at the far end of the court. Tom Hahn and Tim Gray representing Peppermint Grove Tennis Club. Jaron and Tristan representing Kings Park. 2 courts running. As you can see from the high camera, we can see across the 2 bays. We're seeing number 1 and the number 2 doubles being played at the moment. Hopefully we can bring you all the action, leading all the way up through to sunset. Hopefully there'll be a rule or a result before sunset. My name is Brett Patton, part of the Scotty's Media commentary team. Enjoyed bringing you today's play between Kings Park and Peppermint Grove on the hallowed grounds of Royal Kings Park Tennis Club. Jaron Stafford serving closest to the camera. Hasn't had the day he'd want to remember. Certainly got off to a pretty shaky start in his opening singles match and went down to Tom Hahn, who he's serving to at this moment. A little wide. Jaron's game is built around a big kick serve, soft hands around the net. Has been a prodigious talent. Had a great win a couple of seasons ago, defeating the head of the National Academy for Tennis Australia, Andrew Roberts, who had a great 7 or 8 years, only losing once or twice before losing to Jaron at Higgins Park. The somewhat cushiony grass courts caught the line. Nicely smashed young Tristan. Tennis is a game of strategy, particularly in doubles. A bit like it's a game of chess. It's not all power. It's not about how hard you can hit. It's about the placement, about putting the ball in awkward positions for your opponent. Oh, lovely hands from Jared. Beautiful half volley. Pushing it down the sideline past the outstretched arm of Timmy Gray, and Tom Hahn unfortunately couldn't run it down and control it with any type of precision. Oh, the lucky let caught Tommy Hahn. Just punches that one at the top of the let and breaks serve, giving Peppermint Grove a 1-love lead. Very hard to peg your way back into a doubles match, particularly if you drop serve. Peppermint Grove leading 1-0 opening set of this number 1 doubles. Day is squared between Peppermint Grove and Royal Kings Park. 2 rubbers apiece. Quick score check. Jaron Stafford from Kings Park lost to Tom Hahn. Straight sets in the opening singles. Darren Slater from Kings Park defeated Ashby Farrell in 3 tight sets. Number 3 singles, Sam Ashton defeated Dominic Bouchard in a super tiebreaker in the 3rd set. And of course, on the top court, Jake Robinson went down to Timmy Gray from Peppermint Grove in another super tiebreaker. So 2 rubbers all at the completion of the singles, bringing it down to the doubles. Both these teams are sitting inside the top 4. Kings Park at 3, Peppermint Grove at 4. It's an all-important tie. Tim Gray serving closest to the camera. Some great hands at the net by young Tom Hahn, the son of Mark Hahn, who was former Claremont Footy Club captain back in the 90s. Some great sporting pedigree in the Hahn family. Of course, he's got a brother, Will Hahn, very adept tennis player as well. A couple of Christchurch students, both looking to get away to college. I think Will may already be at college, but given the COVID closure, all the students that were at college have come back. Nicely played point by Tristan Gallardi. Good return of serve and really just drove into that backhand, forcing the forehand volley error from young Tommy Hahn. Skip across. See the bottom court. Ashby Farrell serving the bottom court. The blue sleeves on for Peppermint Grove. He's playing with Dommy Bouchard. And they're playing against Darren Slater and Sam Ashenden. Nice. Deft touch, Dom Bouchard. Beautiful left hand. Little dink across the net. Has great hands, Dommy Bouchard. Served 3 or 4 years at US College under a pretty strong tennis program. He's come back to WA. Be home, family, friends. Looking to start his career professionally. And again, another beautiful little drop shot there from Dom Bouchard as we flip back to the main court. Timmy Gray serving. to Tristan Gallardi.
Yep. Yeah.
Beautiful play, Tristan Gallardi. Tristan's also coaching down at South Perth Tennis Club, coaching the Wesley mid grade 7 A's, B's and C's alongside Ashburton and Ashburton's young daughter, Matthew Burton, who's an up-and-coming star. Hayley Burton is her name. Great to see some lineage in families playing tennis. The Burtons. Ash, who's an accomplished player in his own right for Hensman Park, winning a state league way back in 1993, alongside Mark Lawati and Peter Garrans. Great to see Matthew and Hayley following in his footsteps. We saw out here today Jake Robinson, who, again, is an accomplished player, probably the form player other than sort of losing today, had been in great shape, beating Scotty Jones last week, who plays for Cottesloe, beat him in straight sets. And his father, Kurt Robinson, is one of the state's best throughout the 80s and 90s, former touring pro. And believe it or not, is still going around playing Division 1, I think, for Kings Park. So great to see some tradition happening and lineage happening with tennis throughout WA. Timmy Gray serving. Threw in a double fault for good measure. Tim Gray, of course, played for Dalkeith Tennis Club last year, has changed allegiance and gone across to Peppermint Grove. Sudden death point in doubles. There's no advantage. Once you get to deuce, the receiving team can decide who the server needs to serve to. Beautiful volley, Tommy Hahn. Crunch right on the baseline. Nice big kick serve out there to the backhand of young Tristan Gallardi, and unfortunately he just couldn't put that returner serve away. Tommy Hahn too quick around the net. Peppermint Grove leading 2 rubbers, or leading 2 games to 0 in the opening set of the second doubles. Tom Hahn, Tim Gray versus Tristan Gallardi and Jaron Stafford. My name is Brett Patton, part of the Scotties Media broadcast team. Looking forward to bringing you all the WA State League live matches across the summer of tennis throughout 2020 and early 2021. You can see on the coverage a little bit of overcast weather. It's been pretty much that all day. A little bit of breeze, a little bit cooler out there. Perfect conditions for tennis. Still plenty of light. 5:24. I suggest we've got another 60 minutes play before the sunset rule comes into effect. If the matches are still in progress, when the sunset rule is invoked, then all matches are considered a draw, and then they split the points. So we're looking forward to this match being completed and not being determined by the sunset rule. It's been a good day's play out here at Kings Park. We've seen Sorrento play Kings Park in the Division 1 category. And we're seeing some other splendid matches being played all through the grounds of Royal Kings Park, whether it be at a social level or some of the other divisions. Tim Gray, big forehand cross court. Tim loves to lean on that forehand wing, and young Tristan Gallardi just didn't split step and didn't have himself set before he hit that forehand volley.
Yeah. Yeah, we won that one, which is good. Overall.
I've got to shoot up. We've got
That's what
yeah. All right.
Yeah. Oh no! Yeah, no, I probably but that.
Welcome back. We're seeing Tommy Hahn serving from the far end of the court, furthest from the camera. For Peppermint Grove, he's playing with Timmy Gray against Tristan Gallardi and Jaron Safford. Peppermint Grove with Tommy Hahn and Tim Gray leading his first set with a break. Kings Park playing Peppermint Grove in this third versus fourth clash. Third round of the WA Men's State League. My name is Brett Patton. This coverage is brought to you by Scotty's Media. Looking forward to bringing you all and as much as the WA State League men's and women's competition as we possibly can. A great initiative by Scotty Walsh, former senior editor at the Today Tonight program, before, unfortunately, Today Tonight, one of my favourite programs, met its untimely demise. I've got a funny feeling they'll bring it back at some stage. So, but in any case, back at the tennis, we're watching a pretty good doubles match here between Peppermint Grove and Royal Kings Park. Plenty of fire out there on the other court as we move across. We're watching the top court with Dommy Bouchard and Ashby Farrell from Peppermint Grove. They're coming up against Darren Slater and Sam Ashenden. Ashby Farrell, as you can see on the camera, with the blue sleeves, the white breastplate. Very colourful character indeed. And you might have heard earlier in the broadcast, there was a bit of conjecture around the pairings walking out onto the court Ashby Farrell was making his thoughts well known to James Williams, who's the match day referee. And potentially, there could be a protest at the end of this match if it doesn't go the way of Peppermint Grove. As we skip back to Jaron Stafford, serving closest to the camera, playing alongside Tristan Gallardi from Royal Kings Park. Up against Tim Gray and Tommy Hahn. Of course, Tom Hahn comes from great pedigree. His brother Will, also a very good player. Beautiful stroke by Tom Hahn, straight down the line, catching the top of the net, right past Tristan Gallardi. And their father, I think it was Mark Hahn, was former Claremont Football Club captain back in the 90s, AFL. So great pedigree in that family, no doubt about that. It's interesting they took a turn for tennis. Obviously, the boys aren't as hard as their old man. They can't take a bump, so they're stuck to tennis. Of course, I say that tongue-in-cheek. And plenty going on around the grounds. If you want to tune into Court Talk at 8 a.m. on 91.3 tomorrow morning, we'll give you the results of all the Men's and Women's State League. We had a chat with Astrid Cantor, the Women's State League captain for Royal Kings Park, only moments ago. They played on Friday night. Tune in to listen to her talk about the Women's State League results from over the weekend. Nicely put away on that occasion. We see a little bit of racket thrown from young Tristan Gallardi. A little bit of a circus act there, but caught his racket after throwing it about 5 metres in the air. Really struggling on serve, the Kings Park duo. Again, another break of serve by way of Tommy Hahn and Timmy Gray. 2 breaks of serve in this opening first set. Peppermint Grove pairing up in this top court, playing some great doubles as we pan across to the bottom court. Ashby Farrell and Dominic Bouchard. Left-handed Dominic Bouchard and the blue sleeves of Ashby Farrell from Peppermint Grove coming up against Darren Slater in the white shirt, biggest chest in tennis, as they say, and Sam Ashenden wearing the tight blue navy Royal Kings Park attire. Hope you've enjoyed today's play. You can see on the camera there a little bit of overcast condition. It's been overcast for most of the day. Certainly hasn't been anywhere near the forecasted amount. Yesterday and the day before in the high 30s. Comfortable tennis conditions today, this Saturday. Forecast rain tomorrow. WA Men's and Women's State League generally played on a Saturday unless arranged prior to the tie. I know, talking to Astrid Cantor, the Kings Park captain for the Women's State League, they played their tie on Friday night. Nice return of serve by Jaron Stafford. Of course, Jaron has been away from the Men's State League for a couple of years, plying his craft over in Switzerland, in the shadows of Roger Federer's house. Professionally, of course, he was working over there for a couple of years and hitting on the clay courts. Brought up on the grass courts, Jaron Stafford. It was a great game for grass. A little bit rusty today, admittedly so. 3rd match into the year, but he'll get better with every match. Tim Gray serving closest to the camera. Probably hear Thomas and Tim talking a little bit of tactics about this next serve. Of course, doubles is very much a team game. A lot of tactics spoken. You can see Thomas Hahn just giving the notification of where he wants Tim to serve and where he's going to move. Beautifully played. Tom Hahn smash, put away. Young Tristan Gallardi just didn't do enough with that lob. Mind you, off the toes, it's pretty hard to get it over the incoming player from that range.
Go. Yeah. Yeah. More.
Jaron Stafford just letting off a little bit of steam. Hopefully we didn't hear that. If we did, apologies for the language, but we can't control that, unfortunately. Darren, unfortunately, unhappy with his attempt at the lob. Big serve. Timmy Gray, 185. Straight down the tee. Just doing it with ease at the moment, the Peppermint Grove pairing in this opening set of this bottom doubles. James Williams walking up and asking Jaron to change the scoreboard, and Jaron said, I don't want to do it. Rightfully so. Doesn't want to embarrass himself with this pretty generous crowd that we've got watching the Royal Kings Park today, but he is reluctantly going up there and changing, and Peppermint Grove winning the opening set.
6-love.
6-love.
There you go, Tom.
Kings Park team really need to regroup and start thinking about how they're going to play the Peppermint Grove pairing. What they did in the first set clearly wasn't working. They need to put again a little bit of consistency together, and that won't help it. Big Timmy Gray pumping it through the middle with ease. Just a lot of rotation through the hips, through the shoulders. And of course, playing doubles, probably the place to put the ball, when, particularly when you're passing, is down the middle. If you haven't been paired up and not played with your partner, which Jaron and Tristan haven't played a lot of doubles together, the understanding of where each other's moving sometimes gets a little bit lost. Beautiful serve by Tristan, pushing that backhand return long. If matches are all tied at 3 matches all, it comes down to sets. And if sets are all tied, it comes down to games. So winning matches in straight sets and winning the first set 6-love will certainly play in the hands of Peppermint Grove at this stage. Big second serve, Tristan Galati, if you don't mind. Just putting a little bit of an exclamation on that second serve. A little bit fed up with the way he's playing at the moment, I would imagine. Just missing and not as consistent as he usually would be. Took it out on that second serve, just cutting that ball away to Timmy Gray. He stands about 6'4", 6'5", in the old scale, and a big wingspan. Couldn't lay racket on that return. Oh, lovely touch. Outstretched arm of Jaron Stafford, just vertical leap of about half a metre. You can hear the choppers overhead. Always activity around Kings Park. Right in the heart of WA, beautiful part of the world. All those listening in, get down to Kings Park, not just the tennis club, but the surrounding grounds of Kings Park. I'll tell you what, that looked a little wide to me on the camera. Very generous. Might have to go to the instant replay. Timmy Gray giving that serve by Tristan Galati. Caught a little bit of the line, he says. Tristan and Jaron change ends, leading 1-love in this second set. On the opposing court, we're seeing Domi Bouchard serving to Darren Slater. Peppermint Grove leading 4-3 with a break. Beautiful hands. Ashby Farrell, he's all fired up. You heard him before walking onto court, a little bit concerned about the pairings that Kings Park had put together. I'm not too sure why he was frustrated with that. I think it's played out in their favour. But in any case, Ashby not one to take a backward step. Making his thoughts well known to James Williams, who I thought has done and think has done a wonderful job adjudicating today's play. Never an easy job to do with all the egos out on court. James is a bit of an introvert, but he certainly does wear the white badge very proudly as part of Tennis Australia's officialdom. James Williams, he's got a great history in tennis. He's umpired at many Australian Opens, many Hopman Cups, ATP Cups. He's got a younger brother who's just recently crowned the over 35s ITF Australian Singles Champion. Plenty of history of tennis in the Williams family. And James is a bit of a handy player himself, albeit that he doesn't get out on court playing as much as he does being an official.
Yeah, no, that's just before you standing.
Darren, same deal. Same deal with Sam. What's the deal? Well,
Good rally, unfortunately, just dumping what seemed to be a fairly simple forehand volley by young Tristan Gallardi. I think he's certainly trying and he's playing his good tennis out here, but just probably a little underdone. It's pretty hard to come on as a double specialist after not really playing and watching for the better part of 3 hours and stepping onto court ready to go against players who've already been on court for hour and a half. He's putting a good account of himself. Well, that was a bad leave on that occasion by Jaron. Ball landing at least half a foot inside the baseline. No doubt, boys are talking about making sure that they hit their spots when they serve. That was right on the hitting spot for Timmy Gray. That need to put a little bit more cut on the ball or hit your spots a little bit better when you're serving to quality returners. There it is. Nice hands. And holds the serve. Better account of themselves at the start of the second set, the Kings Park duo, leading 2-1 after dropping the opening set 6-0.
yeah.
Show me that one, no, the other one.
Yeah, once I left, I was like, good serve.
Anyway.
Well, we didn't lose. Oh, mate. Yeah.
Overplaying forehand by Tristan Gallardi. Welcome back. Just had a little break there talking to Scotty from Scotty's Media, talking all about things that are happening in the world of tennis. As we're seeing Peppermint Grove here really start to flex their muscle against Royal Kings Park in this doubles, final two doubles of the tie. Singles, 2 rubbers all. And in the doubles, Peppermint Grove got off to a flying start. Timmy Gray and Tommy Hahn winning the first set against Tristan Gallardi and Jaron Stafford, 6-love on serve in the second set. And the bottom court, we're seeing Domi Bouchard and Ashby Farrell up a set against Darren Slater and Sam Ashenden. I think we've probably got another 40 minutes left in play before the sunset rule. So we're hopeful we can get through without being suspended due to the sunset rule. Beautiful day for tennis, a little overcast today, not a lot of heat around. A little breeze early. Breeze seems to have dropped away substantially in the last hour and a half. Beautifully struck forehand. Domi Bouchard shows you the talent the young lefty has. Spent 3 years at a very good tennis program out of the US, college over there. He went away with long hair, the undercut, and a big diamond earring. He's come back a little bit more clean shaven. A little bit of world experience. Doesn't go astray. Him and Ashby Farrell certainly playing some great doubles out here against Darren Slater and Sam Ashenden. Beautiful conditions here at Royal Kings Park, the former home of WA Tennis. This, of course, is brought to you by Scotty's Media. My name is Brett Patton, part of the Scotty Media broadcast team. Looking forward to bringing you all the WA State League men's and women's broadcasting as often as we can. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. Looking to build up a patronage. If you can't see it live, you can get onto Scotty's Media, YouTube, Facebook, and watch the replay. Full day's play of some of the best WA talent going around. Skip across to the top court. Closest to the camera, we see Timmy Gray. He's playing alongside Tommy Hahn. Big serve by Tristan Gallardi from Royal Kings Park. Wonderful venues here at Royal Kings Park. Very few places like Royal Kings Park as far as history across Australia. Some of the old clubs, White City in New South Wales, no longer there. White City, of course, famously played its part in building a strong community of tennis players out of New South Wales back in the 40s, 50s and 60s. Australian Open was played at White City many, many years ago. WA Open actually had a Australian Open played here way back in the Ernie Parker days, and Ernie Parker was inducted into the WA Tennis Hall of Fame at last year's WA Tennis Industry Awards night alongside Liz Smiley, alongside Clive Wildersman, just to name a few of the inaugural inductees into the WA Tennis Hall of Champions. Tradition will keep going every year. Every industry awards night will nominate the best players that have ever come out of WA. Looking forward to another year. We can work through the best players in WA as part of the Pam Brand Tennis Hall of Champions Committee alongside myself, Karen Vahala, Dr. Harry Phillips, trawling through all the records to find out the next batch of inductees. It's been a long day of play here at the Royal Kings Park Tennis Club. Closest to the camera, Kings Park, Darren Stafford and Tristan Gallardi. They're down a set and a break against Tom Hahn and Tim Grove from Peppermint Grove. Nicely played. Late inclusion, Tristan Gallardi, as you see closest to the camera in blue, taking place of Jake Robinson, who is under an injury cloud. Midway through that second set against Tim Gray, after winning the first set, he twinged a hamstring, lunging for a forehand. That's put him out of this doubles tie. In comes Tristan Gallardi to step up, playing alongside Darren Stafford. Boys haven't really gelled as well as Tom Hahn and Timmy Gray. After losing the opening set 6-love, started off well on serve in the second set, but find themselves down another break in the second set. Jaron clearly unhappy with that forehand return, letting himself know. A little bit of profanities. Hopefully you didn't pick that up on the courtside mic. If you did, we're sorry. Big first serve, Tim Gray. 4-2, second set. 2 games away from taking out this match, and more so, I think if they win this in straight sets, and given that Ashby Farrell and Don Bouchard have won the first set on the other court, it's going to be a tie. It'll go down to Peppermint Grove on sets if the bottom doubles doesn't get through. A win today for Peppermint Grove might see them go from 4th up to 2nd, if not 1st, depending on other results, and might see Kings Park just slide down a spot. All matches carry points. Every match that's played, the winning singles and or doubles gets 2 points. If you win on the day, you get another 8 points for your team. And points are what determines your standing on the ladder. Now, come the end of the season, it really does come down to a singles here, a doubles there. As many points as you can potentially win will help you bolster your position. You want to finish either 1st or 2nd, a bit like the AFL, where you get the chance to play your finals at home. As we know, tradition will show that those teams that get home finals traditionally get through. Oh, fantastic point. And bang! That is out of here. A little bit of Jaron steam being let off, and that is outside the arena. I'll be interested if he doesn't get the code here. And we're starting to see James Williams, the match referee, walking towards the gate. And he's entering the court arena. He's going to come up and say a word to young Jaron about ball abuse. There's no doubt, James, he's quick onto it. You'll see him come into shot in a couple of moments. There he is, walking onto court, just letting Jaron know that under no circumstances is he to hit the ball out of the arena. Doing a fine job as always, James Williams. One of the most professional and senior referees that we have in the game of tennis in WA. Great to see him not missing in action. Sometimes the umpires have been known to turn another eye, pretend they didn't see it, which causes no end of frustration to the players out there who are doing the right thing. Well done to James for stepping on the court and intervening. Looks like he let off some frustration after dropping his serve, going down. Another service break in this second set, so that Kings Park duo are down a set and 5-2. Moments away from a Peppermint Grove doubles win here. So we skip across to the other court, giving you the wide lens view. Ashby Farrell and Dommy Bouchard coming up against Sam Ashton and Darren Slater. Ashby and Dom are a set up on serve in the second set. I think by virtue of winning that first set, Peppermint Grove duo has pretty much sealed the tie for their team today, as long as Tim Gray and Thomas Hahn can close this doubles out. Beautiful hands, racing all the way. He's looking for the high five from the crowd, Ashby Farrell. Very game on fee-like in a lot of ways. Loves to play up with the crowd. He's got the high hair, almost like Kramer off Seinfeld. Just to give you a bit of context for those who are big fans of the Seinfeld miniseries back in the 90s. A lot of James Blake around Ashby as well, the way he walks. He's a big talent. As we skip back to the top court, Tom Hahn serving for the match and to get Peppermint Grove the win for the day against Kings Park, who've put up a very strong effort. Unfortunately, a few matches haven't gone their way, and seeing their number one player in Jake Robinson go down with a hamstring injury, heading into the doubles, wouldn't have filled them with a lot of confidence. Beautifully struck for backhand on that occasion by Tommy Hahn. Young Galati couldn't do too much with that low volley. Fair to say some of the best volleys in the world couldn't have done too much. Probably the hardest volley in the book, hitting it off your toes, moving forward, with the ball dipping at pace. Hope you've enjoyed today's broadcast, brought to you by Scotty's Media. Thank you for tuning in. A couple of very solid questions on the SMS chat line, on the Facebook site, on the YouTube site. Hope you've learned a little bit about Kings Park and the WA State League in general over the last 3.5 hours that we've been broadcasting. Nearly 4. Probably a bit longer, actually, probably 5. A few technical glitches, but we're getting it right. Thanks to Scotty Walsh, former senior editor of this Today Tonight. Big forehand, Tommy Hahn, just to put an exclamation mark on the day. He's played great doubles and singles as they come up to the net. A solid win by Peppermint Grove duo, Timmy Gray and Tommy Hahn, defeating Jaron Stafford and Rob and young Tristan Galati, I should say, in straight set 6-love, 6-2. Pretty much gives Peppermint Grove an unassailable lead here, with the bottom court of Dom Bouchard and Ashby Farrell sort of deep into that second set, but already winning the first set. So by virtue of sets right now, as it stands, Peppermint Grove will have won the day. I think that saved a lot of heartache, because you saw earlier there was some conjecture around the doubles pairing. Ashby Farrell very vocal about Kings Park changing their lineup after putting in their doubles order. But I think this will soothe the raging beast, as is Ashby Farrell, given that Peppermint Grove will walk away today with a win. Hope you've enjoyed today's play. We've enjoyed bringing it to you. It's been a great day up here at Kings Park. Beautiful conditions. Cool, breezy. Hospitality's been first class. Cartel Sports have been welcoming and very great supporter of Scotty's Media, bringing the Kings Park Peppermint Grove, I should say, broadcast nice and live. Steve from Cartel Sports, big shout out. He's been a wonderful supporter of Scotty's Media and getting the broadcast here at Kings Park today. A little bit of banter down there on the court. I think we're probably still got half an hour left in the day's play. I think we'll get through the day's play, which is more important. regardless of that, we'll see Peppermint Grove take away the win today on virtue of sets. Oh, bit of conjecture out here. Ashby's just walking. Dom's walking. Darren Slater had a real good look at that. They weren't prepared to budge. They've conceded defeat on that. And on serve in the top court between Peppermint Grove and Kings Park. Scotty's Media will be here all year, bringing you the summer of tennis. Looking forward to keeping you informed about all things happening in WA State League, men's and women's. Such great talent over the many years have come out of WA tennis. Right now, Matty Ebden's spearheading WA tennis on a global stage. Former top 50 player in the world, Johnny Peers, we classified him as our own, former Victorian, now living in WA. Doing some wonderful things on the World Tour. Recently winning a couple of lead-up tournaments heading into the French Open. And they'll all be back fairly soon. Looking forward to putting in a block of training before the summer of tennis, and we're hopeful that the Australian Open can go ahead. Beautiful topspin lob, Dominic Bouchard. We're hopeful that the ATP Cup goes ahead. Of course, the ATP Cup played in 3 states throughout Australia at the start of the year as a lead into the Australian Open. We played it here in Perth last year, took over from the Hopman Cup, played in Brisbane and played in Sydney. We had Rafa Nadal come across, heading up the Spanish team. I can tell you that if we got the ATP Cup up and running this year, we would see Novak Djokovic and probably Roger Federer come across and play in Perth, given their current world rankings.
See you, Jazz. See you, Tris.
Unfortunately.
See you later.
Yeah, if he wants to.
It won't go past that.
Sam Ashton serving, down 3-2 in this second set. On serve after losing the first set. Royal Kings Park, captain of the Royal Kings Park State League team, Sammy Ashton, former MVP of this WA State League, stalwart, journeyman. Goes by many names, Sam Ashton, but he's passionate about the game of tennis. He's passionate about this club. He's passionate about State League. Great to see him out here still playing. Still got plenty of years to play. Lost in the final a couple of years ago to Cottesloe when he was playing for Wembley Downs Tennis Club. And today, still plays with the same group of mates. And hopefully we're going to get a chat to one of the superstars of the Royal Kings Park Tennis Club. And Jakey Robinson comes from a superstar family. He's looking more and more like his old man, looking like Bon Jovi. Now tell us through. We watched the vision today, Jakey. Unfortunately, let's just get you on camera here. I might just hand that across to our cameraman. There he is. I want everyone to get a look at Jake Robinson because he's a stud just like the rest of your family. Now, did I see your old man and your younger brother play down there?
They were, mate. They were having a game of Divi 1. It's good to see them out playing together and stuff. So
good to see. How's your leg? We saw you out there sort of go for the hammy. Is it a little bit of a twinge there, is it?
It was a little bit sore coming in, but to be honest, it felt fine until I slipped early in the second, and I thought I could have maybe scraped away, maybe in the TV or something, but Tim's too much of a solid player, so it turned out that way.
Mate, I saw the opening set of yours today was first class, really. It looked like you're a class, if not 2 above Timmy Gray. You started the second set, you dropped the opening bowl, then you did the hammy and you just fell behind. But gee whiz, the way you started, I thought that certainly that match was going to be over pretty quickly. Your form's good. Defeated Scotty Jones last week.
No, definitely feeling good. Can't complain with the way I'm hitting the ball. For me personally, my game suits the grass, obviously, so I'm happy to get out there and smash it around on the green stuff. But I think if I was playing Timmy or Scotty on the hard courts, I'd be in some strife.
Don't talk yourself down. Now you work against Scotty. I mean, Scotty's been the form player here in WA. Just come back. I think he was at Tennessee for about 3 or 4 years. He won 2 or 3 of the last UTRs. Your match last week when you defeated him quite convincingly. I mean, you're hitting the ball really well.
I don't know about convincingly. It was tight. It was very tight. But no, I've definitely seen Scotty play better matches than the ones he played against me. But good to get the win. nonetheless.
Now, what's your schedule looking like? I mean, we've got COVID, it's locked down. You're generally away, sort of doing the German thing, playing a lot of the monies. What's happening next year? You're planning to get away again?
All up in the air. So just kind of playing day by day with the whole COVID thing at the moment. But pretty happy here at Kings Park, working under Tennis Max, Ryan Maxfield. You know Maxie quite well. But yeah, I'm happy to get away to Germany and play again. It's good fun over there, and it's a ball.
Well, your father certainly made a career out of German for many years, if not 10 years. And your grandmother, Margie, got inducted into the ITF or the Australian ITF Hall of Fame. I mean, great lineage with tennis in your family. I mean, where are your other brothers? You got two other brothers. I saw one playing. Corey was playing with your father today, and your younger brother, is he still playing some tennis?
Brody's still playing a bit of tennis, so he still loves it. Probably not as competitive as what me and Corey are. You won't see him throw his racket out there or anything like that. But he loves his tennis nonetheless and enjoys it. So
now, Corey playing footy this year. Played for East Fremantle Colts last year or Resi's last year. What's he doing with his footy?
In between Resi's and the league. Not too sure what his plans are with that, but he's up in the air, I think, with what team he might be with next year. So
First time I saw him today in years. Geez, he looks like you. Absolute dead ringer for you. I was about to come up to him and give him a cuddle and say, "Hey, Jakey," but I didn't because I just had to double take him for a while. But it's great to see you out and playing here, mate. Unfortunately, today you didn't get the chocolates, but certainly you've been playing some great tennis throughout the year. Looking forward to keeping an eye on you and getting some broadcasting over the next couple of weeks, mate.
Awesome. Appreciate it.
Good seeing you, Jakey.
Thanks, mate.
Take care, mate. Good to have a chat to Jakey Robinson, one of the all-star families of WA tennis. And talk about good-looking roosters. I tell you what, he should be on the catwalk of Milan. There's no doubt about that. Just throwing back to the old mullet days as well. He's going along very nicely. A little bit short today, unfortunately, due to a bit of a problem with his hamstring. But we'll see him back bigger and better than ever. Had a big win against Scotty Jones, as we made mention, only a week or so ago. So as we cut back to the tennis, from the high advantage point here of the grandstand at Royal Kings Park Tennis Club, we're seeing Peppermint Grove a set and 5-2 up, returning against Darren Slater and Sammy Ashenden. The day's pretty much done as far as the result by virtue of the Peppermint Grove pairing of Timmy Gray and Tommy Hahn winning that doubles only moments ago, and Ashby and Dominic winning that first set. They can't lose on sets. Beautifully struck. Unfortunately, just caught the top of the tape. But beautiful rally on that occasion. A little bit of talk going on between pairings. I think after today's match, we'll probably see Peppermint Grove go into sort of top-line betting as far as favourites for this year's State League. I know there's plenty of tennis to be played out, 14 regular season matches plus finals, but make no bones about it, they're staking their claim to be one of the favourites for this year's WA State League. I don't think Peppermint Grove actually has ever won the WA State League in the men's competition, not to my record, men's and or women's. But the women's certainly, I think, sitting on top of the ladder. We've got a very strong lineup in the women's team. Talia Gibson is one of the players, one of the best girls in her age group in the under-17s in Australia, playing for Peppermint Grove. And the men's team are really shaping up to be a contender in this year's competition. So I'm looking forward to having a new name scraped on the shield, the David Blacklock shield. It's been pretty much a Hensman Park or a Cottesloe over the last number of years. Dalkeith have put their name back on the shield. No, they haven't. They missed out to Hensman Park a couple of years ago. And Dalkeith actually haven't won the WA State League title since the mid-90s. So there's a couple of clubs there that are absolutely looking forward to putting themselves in contention to win this competition. As we made mention, very hard to win. Sam Ashton's been out there playing probably the best part of 14 years, 13, 14 years, and hasn't won a WA State League. In fact, just looking at who's on that court, Sam and Darren Slater, neither of them won a State League. And if we look at Dommy Bouchard and Ashby Farrell, Ashby won one last year. The year before, I should say, with Hensman Park. Now finds himself at Peppermint Grove. And there's probably a combined anywhere between 30, 35 years of State League tennis out on that court with only one State League title between them. So, moral of the story is they're very, very hard to win. Let alone winning 9. Let alone winning 9. There's very few players that have actually, won 9. In fact, no one. I think David Cully is 10. And a couple on 6, a couple on 5, a couple on 4. Beautiful punch away volley. Dommy Bouchard, just like a little thief in the night at the net there, just taking away the angle and closing it down. Darren Slater just couldn't get that big forehand. I mean, he's all chest, Darren Slater. He can bench press about 125, 130 just with the dumbbells, let alone the actual flat bench on the Smith machine. As you can see, big backhand. Oh, if you don't mind. If you don't mind. The small crowd really appreciated that, and hopefully you did watching through Scotty's Media. My name is Brett Patton, of course, part of the Scotty Media broadcast team, looking to bring you all the WA Men's and Women's State League broadcasts across the summer of 2020, 2021. That's long. Sammy Ashton not too happy with that return of serve. Just letting Darren know that he caught that probably a little bit late. Sam's had a good day. Had a big singles victory over Dom Bouchard, something that certainly wouldn't have been expected coming into this tie. And Dommy Bouchard probably would have thought that he'd had the wood over Sam, but he's a wily campaigner and can put together some great games on grass. Overhead dumped into the base of the net. Darren Slater a little bit disgusted with himself, just looking at where he wanted to hit the ball. I think that brings up a match point for Peppermint Grove to close out the tie. Ashby Farrell just conversing with Dommy Bouchard about where they want to serve and where Dom's going to position himself. And there it is. Game, set, match. Straight sets to Dommy Bouchard and Ashby Farrell against Darren Slater and Sam Ashenden. And that brings the day's tie, 4 rubbers to 2 to Peppermint Grove. My name is Brett Patton, part of the commentary team, alongside Scotty's Media. Scotty Walsh, thank you for putting the production together. It's not an easy production to put together, but we appreciate the fine effort that Scotty Walsh is doing. That brings a close to today's broadcast. To all our listeners out there, we thank you for tuning in. Looking forward to bringing you all the updates with tennis, certainly at WA Men's and Women's State League competition over the next few weeks. Stay tuned. Keep an eye on Scotty's Media on YouTube. My name is Brett Patton. Tune in to Court Talk on 91.3 Sport FM tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. We'll give you an update about the day's play. Bye for now.
Oh, yeah. The kids are at home, she said. No, mate. That's seriously all right. Well done, mate. I think that was awesome. Next week. Yeah, can we try and do something on Saturday? Oh, yeah. Try and have a light here on Saturday? We'll just do a couple of steps. Yeah. Some of us are working into it.
If you bring the Outmost on there.
I'll bring the beers and the Atmos.
Oh, see you, buddy. Thank you.
Thanks, James. I gotta go. It's not about whether us worrying about winning or losing. It's the principle of the whole rule set. And like people obviously paying money, sponsoring teams, and if we didn't fight for that because we thought the rules were wrong, and then we ended up losing it, even if we're into our sponsors. So that's all it is.
Okay, all I can say is I've picked 3 people, and they both agree with me.
I've never experienced it being done that way, but if the rules change, that's fine. That just everyone needs to be aware. So if that happens to us another week, it needs to be adjudicated the same way that we can bring someone in.
Yeah.
Okay?
Oh, I didn't know that.
See you guys.
Try, Brett. Stay speed.
No, well, I
And those old guys. He was. He got it
What the house actually was. Yeah, it's just standard. So like, everything was like that. He asked me the other day.
yeah. Yeah, absolutely exact same thing.
It happens every year.
And you didn't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's still fabrication. Spooning and Pilates.
Yeah, and then he said he shouldn't have gone down, but it only went down because I think he learned this like last week.
So you guys sold the place?
Yeah, we had to.
We had house cost
No.
Your dad saved.
Yeah.
Well, and then the company went under.
Yeah, because 3 companies, one Chinese company liquidated and moved, fucked them over for like 6 mil. Another company, 2 Perth companies, 4 and 5 mil. Both went under.
Oh,
so, wow. So like almost 20 mil.
So it fucked them.
Yeah, crazy.
So you guys sold the place?
The business? Steel fabrication, that's like industrial.
Wisdom. You went to see it. I've been signed. No, just taking a photo. No worries.
What do you guys do?
Well, I can't really go back to America at the moment.
Yeah, you and Will stuck it.
Well, Will's back for good. He only did a year.
Oh, really? Didn't like it.
He got his scholarship. Went to an extremely good tennis school and fractured his wrist, so he was out for 9 months.
Yeah, pretty harsh.
So you don't really like people are picking up when it comes up anyway.
Yeah, right.
Yes, I know. You guys now. Who's know what's going on? Who knows what's
Yeah, I'm getting words like more and more young years now. I'm like a 50-year-old kooky. Like, so you met him when he was all mature.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, look what I got.
Yeah. What was your I just tried that deal for you.